coffee brewing, but other than that, I should be ready to go. I'm going to take a second here to make sure everything is tagged properly, and then we will jump into Industries of Titan. And I will also try and give an account for why I've been starting increasingly late over the last little while. Oh, hey, Johnny Big Time streaming tonight. So yeah, this won't matter for the VOD people, but the streams have sort of been testing the edges of my like my usual start times, usually going over. The only reason for that is the sleep situation hasn't really improved all that much. I have a few videos that I owe for people, and those are falling behind now. I can get them done, but it's a question in terms of just finally getting down and getting... usually the things are recorded. It's a question of getting edited. And as it happens, the last little bit of... the last little bit of work doesn't exactly keep getting put off, but basically just because of odd hours or work stuff, a lot of this has wound up sort of not getting done as quickly as I want it to get done. So the reason why I'm, going on this rather curious tangent is just for the purposes of the stream. Hey, Olaf, it's really good to see you. For the purposes of the stream, this means that one thing that I've been doing sort of with increasing frequency is I've been trying to get a little bit of sleep after work. Now that has its own problems because it means that I'm not able to get some of the other work that I want to do done. But what I have found is that that's been okay, at least for sort of how do I put it, like trying not to get too far behind in terms of the amount of sleep that I need. It has resulted in a few little weird bedtimes and things like that, but I'm sure I'll eventually sort that out. So with that in mind, I am aware of the fact that it is hard to plan stuff with the way that I've currently been streaming, and people who I really like having around the stream, like Olaf, have to put up with the fact that I'm really not streaming at times that are good for them. I'm aware of it, and I will be addressing it. But for the last little while, it's I've been struggling to get a stream done, let alone getting all this done in the times that I need. The stream 5 hours ago, darn it, yeah. I'd love to, Olaf. Although I think at that point I would still probably be officially at work. So, okay, tease done. Let's watch a cutscene, and then we can talk about the exciting news for Industries of Titan, and then what we're going to be doing for our playthrough.
Titan. Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy. You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, But on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
All right. I still like that opening cutscene. I've got to change something about the game really quick. I don't even remember what I had this set at. I think it was 6. Surely I wrote this down. Oh wow, it was 4. Okay, yeah. So we have been playing campaign mode, and we're actually in a neat little we're in a neat little space for this. So we're going to talk a bit about the strategy for campaign mode. Where I'm going to talk also a bit about sort of some of the priorities that I have for it. And then finally, the exciting news for Industries of Titan. So actually, let's start that off at the start. So for those of you who have been watching for a while, you'll know that I was given a key for this way back when it first sort of went into early access. And I was delighted to find out that the former community manager, now communications director, Maddie, actually this was also her first game with Brace Yourself. So this is one that has a lot of sort of fond, I guess it counts as a lot of fond milestones. And it's fair to say Industries of Titan has sort of shifted quite a bit over the course of early access, which I feel is sort of the reason why, you know, these types of games do well in early access. You may start off, you know, wanting to make one thing and then sort of realize that the game that's sort of lying underneath, or the one that you want to make, or the one that people are responding to, is a bit different from what you'd planned at the start. And one of the challenges about that, of course, is that there's definitely things that I was looking forward to that are no longer listed on the roadmap, but it has also gotten things that I think have made the game considerably better. One of those things is the campaign mode that we're currently playing. And what I also think is kind of interesting is that when I first played this game, I had the impression that this was almost kind of like to Simulation City Builders, what Into the Breach is to a game like XCOM. So I love XCOM, and like XCOM 2 War of the Chosen is utterly spectacular, but it's very big. They've kind of thrown everything at XCOM now. And if you play something like Into the Breach, you really get an idea. And it's hard to feel like Into the Breach didn't have an effect on something like Marvel's Midnight Suns. But you know, I'm not in a position to sort of decide or to, you know, claim one way or the other than just sort of speculation. But yeah, when you play something like Into the Breach, it's almost kind of like if you were to sit down and say, you know, what would an independent, XCOM look like? Keeping in mind that I think the original XCOM counted as an independent game. Well, I know like Microprose published it. I just don't remember if they were, if they hired. I don't remember if they paid for it in advance or if that was something that was brought to them. I guess maybe it was something that was brought to them. But anyways, or sorry, that they may have paid for it now that I think of it. But anyways, the I think a really close So a game that would be really close to that would be Into the Breach, in my opinion. And that's not a knock on Into the Breach. That's a wonderful game too, but it is definitely quite simple in terms of what it does. You don't need a whole lot of extra information to sort of understand what's going on, but there's a lot to do in Into the Breach. So it's very enjoyable in that regard. And I think there's kind of an argument like that for Industries of Titan. This was definitely what I felt at the very start of Industries of Titan, in the sense that basically it was the very start of early access, so there wasn't a whole lot that was implemented in the game. And so I sort of had this view that it was this very simplified and sort of stripped down version of what a sort of these new Sims have sort of been. Now, what I'd failed to realize, and I think it was Kevin from Power Up Audio, was that it was sort of intended to be sort of a Factorio level, Grand Sim, and certainly over time, more and more has been added to the game. So there's sort of the pollution that gets modeled. The rain will take the pollution out of the sky. Wind blows pollution around. Zethane spreads across the landscape. There's a lot of different things that are sort of going on in the background for that simulation. And yet, I think it's also fair to say that Industries of Titan has grown a lot, but perhaps a lot of the extra sort of bells and whistles on the edge that would have meant, okay, here's another new system for you to interact, another new one. A lot of that's actually sort of been rolled back a bit, and that you get a lot of the enjoyment and you get a lot of the complexity that comes from these games. But in the end, there's actually just a small number of things that you sort of need to learn to be able to unpack everything. So again, it's not I wouldn't say it's exactly the level of simplicity of something like an Into the Breach, but I feel like there's still something to that. If you think about it, right, when you learn how to build a factory, you've kind of learned how to build a ship, you've kind of learned how to build a city, although cities don't have quite the same jigsaw puzzle. Although even there, they've introduced a bit more of it because of the inert ruins. And in this case here, I think one of the things that's so funny is that the game that I originally thought it was, it's actually moved a little bit closer to that thing that I mistakenly originally thought it was, which is kind of interesting. And whether the game is better or worse for it, I can't say, because I don't get to play the game that everyone had in their mind. There's a certain feeling that as a player, I'd kind of like brace yourself to dedicate all of the company's resources, human and financial, towards making, Industries of Titan like a life's work and just, forever developing it. But in the end, what is probably more valuable is the game I get to play. And this is one that I've actually really been enjoying, particularly because of the campaign mode. So with that in mind, of course, embedded in that is the idea that I was given a key for promotional purposes. I very happily recommend this game as someone who's just a fan of the game, but please keep in mind I was given something of value for broadcasting it. We're looking forward to the 1.0 release on January 31st. Now that also has a consequence. This is actually going to be one of the few points where the saves break after. Well, so some of the saves have been they warn you about the state of the game, but you might be able to sort of sneak by on it. They're pretty clear in the Discord today that the saves definitely will break for version 1.0, and to recommend to sort of wrap up our adventures. So tonight's goal is going to be to get as close as I can to finishing off the campaign. I believe I'll have at least one more day before before 1.0 comes out, but still, it would be a good idea for me to kind of get cracking. So for those of you who might have been away from Industries of Titan for a while, I think it's worth kind of talking a bit about why I think campaign mode is so interesting. So campaign mode is now sort of the intended way to play, I think. And the way that you can sort of think about the distinction between campaign mode and the scenario that I was playing more frequently is campaign mode, campaign mode gives you a variety of maps, but the variety comes basically for strategic reasons. It is desirable to, take tile A over tile B, let's say. The main goal, the campaign objective, so council favor, we'll get to council favor in a little bit. The main goal is to capture the 2 corporate sectors. Not the 2, but the main goal is to capture 2 corporate sectors. So the 2 that I think I was going to be going for was this one and this one. But I'd say, because you have to sort of take a journey there. So in this case, we've gone through sort of three levels. We started with, I think, this one for free. It's either this one or this one for free. But yeah, you kind of earn your way across the map, and of course, you might want to take a certain map because maybe it's easier, let's say. But by taking the easy map, maybe that's gonna not really get you close to the thing that you want to claim. There's a number of different reasons why you might prefer one over the other. So in this case here, you're no longer choosing something like, say, Ruthless Opportunity or some of the others. Sorry, my OBS chat went away for some reason. But yeah, I think the big focus that I like about campaign mode is that rather than sitting down in scenario and saying, oh, okay, I'm going to pick, just the standard start this time around. The map's sort of dictating that to you, and you sort of have to decide what you value the most. What's the, do you want to take on a harder map so that you can get more council favor? Or maybe do you want to take one of the minor maps knowing that it's going to get you closer to your campaign objective? So again, our campaign objective is to get 2 of the corporate sectors. We're actually on our way to claiming one of them right now. This is going to be a tough one. The one other thing I was curious about was I keep noticing these... well, I guess they all have a city in it, so I'm not sure if that's the rival or... Yeah, okay, sorry. For some reason I thought that there wasn't a rival in one of these. But yeah, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to try and claim the first of the corporate sectors, and then the other thing that's nice about this is that once... Well, I'll kind of explain what I'm doing. So let's talk about council favor for a second. Council favor is rewarded based on your performance in each mission. Favor can be spent on upgrades between missions while on the campaign map. No adjustments can be made during your mission. So, essentially here, I've spent quite a bit already in terms of getting myself certain bonuses towards my objectives. That comes from the fact that I've gotten certain victories. So we've got gold. I think we started off here, 22 gold to start off with. Incidentally, if you select play the tutorial at the very start in campaign mode, you do actually play this map out so you can learn the game, which I thought was a neat touch. But we got a gold victory here, so that earned us 34 favor. Then this one here earned us 48 favor. We bought the land here, so similarly we can buy this purchasable land. And we'll do so hopefully after achieving a gold victory. So completing this mission will grant council favor based on your performance. Council favor can be spent on the campaign map to improve future missions. Higher performance rewards more council favor. So this actually gives you an idea in terms of how the breakdown works. So a gold trophy is worth 20 favor on its own. The short length means it's actually worth a little bit less, but it's on hard difficulty and it's a corporate sector. So that's 50 favor. But it is worth saying that, hard rebel aggression, 7 rebel camps, this is not going to be an easy one. And it does say here that we're up against Rin Kirki, or maybe, yeah, I think it's Kirki, which is an aggressive founder for through the corp. So this is one that I have a very real chance of losing. On the other hand, I really do hope to get the 82 favor, because and even if I just wind up with a bronze, essentially what I do: claim this, purchase the land, jump straight into the corporate sector. And it's worth mentioning, this is Titan difficulty. I don't believe I have ever tried Titan difficulty. So let's see whether or not I can make this work for me. Lack of environmental laws has been a boon for Titan's shadier characters. The toxic waste it takes dissolves everything, even bone, in record time. Okay, the other thing that's neat about this is if once you get a win, you get to pick some starting bonuses, but the you get the extra credit. Okay, so for picking a bonus that you haven't played, you get some extra credits, which will be really helpful on this map. The catch is that, I have some clear favorites in terms of starting bonuses. So we don't get a bonus for superhighways, which surprises me because I don't think we've picked this, but fair enough. Experimental fuel tanks. Now this is one that I kind of struggled with. So fuel silos next to crevices fill up with fuel automatically. Fuel silos explode twice as big. Fuel silos explode for more damage. Fuel silos have 30% less health, and fuel turbine buildings are 50% less effective. So this is a tempting one, but obviously given that we're on a harder difficulty, it's sort of hard to justify this choice given that, we're really going to want to try and make sure our efficiency is down. But this is an interesting one. Eco-friendly factories. So we might be able to take advantage of our... our work from home setup a little bit longer. So factories no longer emit pollution, but can no longer be upgraded. So the drawback, of course, is that I can't kind of move up vertically. Well, how else would you move up? But yeah, I think, especially because of the extra 5,000 credits, I really think this is going to give me exactly the bonus that I need at the start. So let's not waste any time getting started. I'm gonna do my usual adjustment. I just do this so that they extract the ruins as soon as possible. And let's buy up what I want. So smokestack. I think I'm going to try for the residential and office sooner as well. I know I said that we can use the good God. Neighbor's dog's still barking. We can obviously use the factories for residential if we have to, but I figure locking in the upgraded buildings early is a good start. So I'm doing a slightly different approach to ruins here. I'm just trying to maximize the tier 1s as soon as possible. So because there are 7 rebel camps and the difficulty is hard, I am going to want to either get a big fleet fast, or I'm going to want to basically try and get a victory well before the that was kind of off. I think at this point I'll just throw the rest in there. But yeah, so basically I need to win fast, or I need to make sure that I'm bringing a pretty fearsome armada to the task right away. So we've got that. Let's see what we need to do. So tier 1, own an energy plant, own a fuel turbine, mine 1 node simultaneously. I think we can handle that. Tier 2, own 3 fuel turbines, store 34,000 energy, and own 7 upgraded buildings. Now that's going to be interesting as far as factories are concerned, but I can definitely live with that. And then we don't have any information on Rin. All right. Let's make this happen. Oh, they're not kidding in terms of the aggression. I'm assuming it's because of the number of employees. Okay, so the first thing I want to do here, I need to decide what do I keep, what do I get rid of. Absorbing pollution close to the headquarters is not a terrible thing for me to hang on to. So what I'm going to do here, we're going to claim all of these for artifacts. That's going to leave me short for resources, but remember, patches actually are not that expensive for us. So we will claim this isotope patch. We're actually going to get someone to work it right away. Trying to decide, do I want to put the fuel turbine? It'd probably be better to have the fuel turbine sort of in this area. Yeah, even though it means I'll be getting fewer minerals, that's the right call. I am going to do something... Actually, you know what? I mess around a lot with the... mineral stuff. Let's just get this done properly this time. So that's gonna be an isotope bucket when the time comes. And I'm gonna make sure that I've got well, we can wait on that, but once they start claiming minerals and isotopes, or sorry, once they start mining them, I'll make sure there's someone dedicated to isotopes. Okay, so the next step is going to be to kind of claim these sections that have the different minerals and isotopes, and that's so I can get a good base for my for all of my expansion. So, we're doing well for artifacts. I'm actually going to unlock the spaceport right away. Next up, I'm going to assign workers for both minerals and... Actually, you know what? I'll let the minerals happen on their own, because I think we're pretty much going to have a We're going to have a nice stream of those happening no matter what. Okay, we're also out of the influence. So now we're basically just going to watch everything come in. So there's also going to be some changes in terms of how I approach this. So obviously I want to get the defense turret up and running as soon as I can. But there's going to be a couple of ways that I do that. One of the first priorities is going to be to get isotope refining working right away. Which is obviously a different approach for me from what I normally do, but I actually think this is going to serve us well. Now, one worry here is the number of idle people I see. Okay, so I didn't quite plan that properly because of the isotope. Well, you know what, that's fine, because we can just dismantle this storage and put the isotope one down. And then we can also fit our waste receptacle. Or maybe we don't, because I want a relay there. I think I'll put a relay down just in case. Okay, so now we got to think about power, right? So that's going to be... what do I do? So right now we need 4, so that's going to be 2... okay, that doesn't quite work. Okay, so I think we need a relay down here. And then we need a fuel turbine. Actually, you know what? We do one of these. We can do one of these. Doesn't give us a whole lot of space for extras. But this will get us set up.
Device complete. Device complete.
Okay, we need 5 artifacts for the council. That's not great. So here I'm going to hunt down any high-value artifacts just so I can get the option to trade. Ah! I didn't do the energy properly. Against my better judgment, I'll put the waste receptacle down. Now again, none of this stuff is exactly sort of a dream of efficiency here. I do have space to sort of, you know, stick another... Actually, we have a surplus. no, we'll put a simpler storage down. So I want to have sort of a home for the tier 2s. And then something for the fuel tank. So one of the reasons why I'm doing this is I would like a place for all of the tier 2 isotopes to go. And that's because once I have a certain number of them, I'm going to build the pylon, and then I'm going to build the work from home setup and all of that. So the best place for me to put my factory would be somewhere up here. Now, if that's true, it's really no good place for the pylon if I do that. Nope, this'll work. Nope, but I messed it up. Okay, next up, we'll put down the factories. This will be where the energy plant goes, and then the defense turret will go here. Okay, moving on. We've got the council unlocked. So now the next step's going to be to just grab whatever resources we can from the ruins. I'm not going to do artifacts right... Actually, sorry, that's not entirely true. What I also want to do is see what I can find in the tech web. So, employee movement speed, pollution resistance, conversion capsule, waste generation, and HQ livability. I feel like movement speed's a good one to start off with. That's given us access to salary renegotiations and Now, I don't need to worry about pollution emissions, so that's a good candidate for scrapping. We do still need pollution resistance, but that's a separate question. Oh, I worked myself into a corner with the energy bridge, so I'm actually going to need to put down yet another relay. It would be nice if I had a way of avoiding... Oh no, here we go. And how many tier 2... Okay, we've got more than enough in terms of tier 2, so we're going to dismantle this one. And I think we're going to put down waste receptacles instead. We can actually get started on our next factory right away. And let's see if there's any other cheap... Well, 2 minerals doesn't exactly make me break out into song, but I believe everything else should be artifacts from now on. So we'll basically grab artifacts as we need them. If we get a big stack of influence, that's going to cause some problems with the rebel threat. But we should be able to manage. So part of the goal right now is just to rush ahead with refining. In fact, I may be tempted to dedicate someone to work on refining in this way. Actually, you know what? As much as I want to get employees, or as much as I want to get people, as much as I want to get citizens earning money, we're okay for employees right now. I'm feeling really nervous about this threat meter. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get the tier 3 line down a lot faster than what I would normally build. The good news is that we're killing it as far as the resources are concerned, so I'm not too panicked yet. But I probably shouldn't be messing around with the... Like, I shouldn't be changing paths as quickly as all that. Okay, so let's get to work. Technically we've already got one of these, but it's just easier for me to put down the basics.
Extraction complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete.
So now we just need to wait for the tier 2 part. Now we're going to turn all of this off because we are going to be short on power. Alright, so essentially we're stuck waiting for the 50 minerals for the job. Now, luckily, we do actually have enough power to keep the line going. I wasn't expecting that, but that's actually a really nice little bonus for us. So, we're going to wait till we've got 50 points of... How you doing, Tiberiosity? Thank you. Is it really important to Mortal Velity that every last correction be... Like, I've noticed you're doing this a lot, and I think we kind of understand each other enough that it actually is really discouraging for me to have people just telling me what to do. So, like, it really feels... I don't think you intended as nitpicking, but it really comes across that way. Is it really important to you that all of that stuff be addressed, like, the second that you notice it? Or, like, is there maybe a way that we can find a better way forward? Okay, the fuel... I think we'll be able to get by with the skin of our teeth, but... Okay, happy for salary renegotiations. That's not really going to happen. That's not really going to do a lot for us right now, but it gives us a start. The waste is probably where I want to go with this next. Path that gets us to ad revenue is not a bad one.
Device complete.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I try not to be above. I try not to be above like criticism or anything like that. But it's just one of these things where, like, just for the reason why I'm bringing it up right now is this. I like having you around, and that's true for a lot of people for the channel. But I think there's something a little bit different from someone coming in and the very first thing that they say is sort of telling me what I'm doing wrong, as opposed to, you know, a hello. So the reason for, you know, saying what I said is just to try and get things on a little bit of a more even keel so that I can continue to be happy to seeing you in chat. Because it is true, in the past at least, there have been a couple of people where it's gone from being very happy to see some people to like, oh, they're back. But time to brace myself. And I really don't like when that happens. So we're good. I just wanted to try and, like I said, try and find a little bit more of an equilibrium. Now, we're doing really well in terms of employees, so we can actually afford, other than the fact that we don't have the energy, we can actually afford to start throwing some more bodies at our production. What I'm going to do for that, I'm actually going to get people dedicated to mineral work, I think. Oh, we're completely out of minerals. I normally wouldn't have expected that. Okay, well, there's two things we can do to make that better. So number one, we are still going to need... still going to need to mine. Actually, seems like a really good way for us to use up some of our surplus labor. But we're actually sitting on a bunch of minerals as well. Oh. Why is that not up? Olaf, thank you very much for subscribing. Although I'm confused why the why there was the stuttering for the I'm confused why there was the stuttering for the... Actually, it looks like it's still there. I'm assuming all of you saw the same thing here. Anyways, that aside, I'm still very happy that you... Oh, wait, that's actually not as easy as I thought. I screwed up. I do actually have to have this mineral. For a little bit longer, at least. Anyways, 31 months is way too much of your life to have been spent watching me, particularly when I'm sort of loopy like I am right now and not making a whole lot of sense. But holy smokes, I am very, very grateful to have you around, and particularly to be supporting the channel in this way. I think not least of which because I know that you sort of have come from another channel, right? I knew you from another broadcaster originally, and I'm obviously grateful that you, yeah, obviously great, he says with supreme modesty. I'm very grateful that you've been sticking around and showing the support that you have, but particularly to do so in a context where... All right, what's going on here? Okay, we're just waiting for the... We're just waiting for the line to do its thing. But yeah, I don't know. It's just one of these things that, as far as, for me, you're kind of... I feel like I shouldn't be attributing this to people, but, like, it kind of feels like you're a super fan almost. And obviously, just because I knew you from another channel, it's something I really appreciate, and I never want to take for granted. So thank you very much, Olaf. I really appreciate the support. More importantly, I actually really appreciate just being able to have you around the channel so frequently. Okay, I think they might be... Yeah, I think I've actually got a couple of people jumping between the two. Okay, so we are now ready to dismantle, well, more or less dismantle the mineral one. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to completely dismantle all of this. Except that I can't. Oh wait, yes I can. This is gonna put garbage everywhere, but... Okay, so we get to sort of rebuild this on firmer foundations. So these are tier 2 resources here. We'll do the same with there's a little more work that needs to happen here, but... So one problem is that I'm not going to have a lot of tier 2 minerals. I don't think there's a good way around that, to be completely honest. But I'll do my best. We can probably turn off the tier 2 line. I think the answer is going to be just turning off the tier 2 line sooner rather than later. Can obviously try and build more storage. Actually, claiming the obsidian ruins wouldn't be a bad idea too. Yeah, I think at this point probably we go for fuel turbines and energy plants. The only thing I don't like is sort of sitting and waiting like this, but I actually kind of feel this is the right call to make. I am a little surprised. So you can see I went for this factory pretty quickly, thinking that I would need to cover my my worker costs, and like to a certain extent I do need to do that still. But it's occurred to me I've kind of got the employees that I need, so it's not as critical as I originally thought it would be. HQ range seems good, so we'll nab an artifact. And actually, we're ready to set up a fuel turbine too, so... It's going to be miserable to live beside the power plant here, but that's life. Now there was a salary renegotiation somewhere. Okay, that employee limit's going to be nice. Am I going mad? We already... Okay, maybe... maybe it was ad revenue then. Yeah. So HQ livability isn't a priority, but it's the least expensive way that I can get that, so...
Extraction complete.
And you know what? We're just simply not going to use this for pollution. Like, this thing's not going to last that long. It's probably better for me to just focus on building the proper residential areas when the time comes.
Building complete.
Okay, so looking good here. We actually have enough to get the power plant down right away. So waste's a worry. We can, however, build the smokestack. Now, it's worth remembering, you know, where the wind's blowing. So smokestack's probably good here. We'll maybe move it later.
Extraction complete.
Whether or not it's a top priority right now is another question. But and I think I'm actually okay dismantling this fuel turbine. That waste's a problem. Actually, that's going to get in the way of the overall structure of the setup. Nuts. It's not great, but at least I got something here. So here's what I think I'm going to do. Let's get the energy plant up and running first.
Device complete.
I think it's actually tempting to just double up right away. We have the resources for it, so...
Device complete.
So then that's actually going to let me make sort of the full... that's going to allow me to make the full production line even with a second mineral refinery. And then from that... Yeah, so we'll dismantle this. We'll set up the second Tier 1 to Tier 2. We'll set up an isotope line. I'm a little worried about how long I've been waiting on this, because again, this waste is this is not going to clean itself up. I may actually be prevented from being able to expand that out. Oh yeah, actually I do want a tier 2 to tier 3 isotope refinery. I think I'm going to commit to this now, but I'm probably going to need to build a lot of waste receptacles in a little bit. So this time I'm going to speed up. We should be able to get the obsidian ruin. Yeah. Obviously I'm playing, you know, kind of chicken with the rebel camp at this point, but getting the extra power would be kind of nice. Okay. That's a worry. So we'll put worker inside there. We still have one idle worker off of everything that we're doing, so I feel pretty good about that. Let's work our way up to the 400 CUs needed in terms of minerals. Actually, I probably could have scrapped HQ livability. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna work up to 400 minerals, and then we're gonna build an isotope line. In fact, I can get to work on the isotope line right away. I just don't think it's gonna. Oh, we're eating up too much of the fuel. Thought we already had that up and running. That was my bad. Okay, what's the deal with you? We don't have enough space for the minerals. That's kind of the shooting offense, to be honest. So I'm gonna give up some of my precious space. Well, actually, sorry, my precious mineral construction units, and then we'll storage container and actually. I don't need to get complicated. Stick one of those down. Okay. This also gives us an opportunity to investigate some more ruins, see if we can get some more basic resources. What are we looking at here? Alright, that makes me happy. So they should be able to clear out the fuel turbine here. I'm tempted to make the headquarters take waste. I'm going to resist that urge for now.
Survey complete.
But I reserve the right to.
Survey complete. Complete.
Okay. And again, once we get the 400 minerals, I'm actually going to shut off the... Sorry, 400 and... $50... 500... 525 is actually the number I want. The good news is none of the areas that we want to build on have, none of them have a, like a, none of them have waste. So it's going to get in the way of the factory, but other than that, we're in better shape than it might look like. I am out of the isotopes though, so I'm not able to combine these two. That's a problem. Okay, so I'm gonna hold the line on well, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. So I'm laying the foundations for sort of the next few steps of the Citicorp. Yeah. So now I just need to make sure that I'm at 425. Waste generation will be a good one. Employee limit's also going to be one I want to unlock at some point. So like I said, 425, then we build the rest. Even if it means we have to shut down... Well, no, I'm definitely going to shut down part of the setup. Have I watched Kaleidoscope yet? You've heard both glowing and middling reviews of it, and trying to decide if you wanted to check it out sooner rather than later. Is this something we've talked about before? Because I will actually confess that's the first I've heard the name Kaleidoscope, so I'm not immediately familiar. Apologies if I did forget. I don't like doing that. Oh, that's embarrassing. I've had that employee wasted the whole time for no reason. Okay, we're going to turn off the input module. We're not going to turn off the processor yet because we need some more items picked up. But what we're going to do now is we're going to transition to using the tier 2s to build the infrastructure for isotopes. So first priority is to get set up to produce the tier 1 to tier 2s. If we don't have those, then we can't get anything done. Hello, Frosty Mentos. Probably should have done the relay ahead of time. Oh, this will be a spot for a waste receptacle now that I think of it. I think they're going to stick some dreaded minerals inside there. Okay. So we've got sort of the basics down. The question now is, what do we do with all the waste? And I think I'm probably going to need to take a detour at this point. Well, okay, actually I can get some basics in place. Actually, it looks like I can do more than basics. So that's going to wind up full of garbage. Let's hold off on that. Okay. So again, doubtful if we have enough waste receptacle space to get. Well, it's only 4, so we can probably at least get the tier 2 down. As for the rest of it, we'll see. But all I need is the tier 2, so. First time bringing it up, it's new Netflix heist show. Mentioned it since... Ah, gotcha. Yeah, so I don't actually have Netflix, so most of the stuff that's available on it is sort of... it's just, like, beyond me. I feel bad about it, because, like, it's obviously... I like talking about movies on the channel, and I feel like this is stuff that is relevant to me, and people obviously want to talk about, so I do feel a little bad that I've been not paying attention to the production line. Yeah, so I feel a little bad that I'm not contributing meaningfully to the conversation, but excellent. Okay, except I did a second input module like a moron. As long as waste doesn't get in the way, we'll be fine. If waste gets in the way, then that's super bad. Alright, there we go. So again, the whole point behind this... Actually, there is one thing I can do with the tier 2. I'm not going to put the energy bridge in place, but I can make some progress on something else. Okay, I did say I wasn't going to put the energy bridge down. I lied. going to put it down, then I'm just not going to use it. This is the usual work from home setup. Might even put waste receptacles this time around because we kind of need them. Actually, it's probably not a bad idea for me to turn this thing on as soon as it's ready, because we do have the power plant. It's really because we've been trying to get the isotope stuff worked on.
Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete.
All right, so we're going to be ready for migrants when the time comes. I'm a little worried about the threat level.
Device complete.
In a pinch, we can use the tier 2 isotopes, but
Device complete.
I'm hoping we can do better than that. And yes, I've actually made a decision. I am going to put waste receptacles here.
Cannot move here.
3 is probably not going to move the needle, but it does the trick. The real pain is just coming from the fact that I can't build the 3rd tier of isotope modules.
Device complete.
That may have some implications for the threat meter. That actually may have been the wrong call,
Device complete. Device
given how close the rebels are.
complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete.
Wait, why are you off? Right, because nothing's generating fuel.
Device complete. Device complete. Device complete.
Okay, pollution resistance is tempting, employee limits even more tempting.
Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete.
Hooray! Okay. This is gonna accelerate the threat meter,
Device complete.
but I do want to start using up some of this influence. I really can't read the territory that I've got control over. Probably should have claimed that. Okay, it's a start. And again, in a pinch, I get to put down a defensive turret using the lesser resources. I'd just rather Um, yeah, in the pinch, I can just use the refining that I've already done. But we should. Yeah, we're so darn close. Actually, it looks like we've already brought the resources in. Okay, yes, we will be able to get the. We are going to be able to get the tier 3 isotopes that we need to build the. What am I saying? We're going to get the tier 3 isotopes to build the item that we need. So, how many free workers do I have? 5 is not a lot, so I think I'm going to hold off on adding some more bodies to the mineral setup for now. Once we get our first tier 3 isotope down, we're going to build the defensive turret. It may not have enough range to protect the fuel turbine, which worries me a bit. But the fuel turbine's pretty low down in the map, so I think we should be okay overall. It's just it's a small worry that I have. Yeah, I don't like the waste in that, but... And then, obviously the next thing we'll build is the smokestack, because we should have been dealing with the trash a while ago. But I just a couple things I wanted to do ahead of time. I wanted to see if I could sort of string out the time before I started burning garbage, and probably wasn't the right call. I was sort of hoping we would maybe get the HQ upgraded a bit, but. It'll be fine. Yeah, so I do want to upgrade... I do want to upgrade the defense turret where I can. But, what I can do... I can get started on that smokestack. We're not making nearly enough money to support the people we have, so I should build a second one of these factories as soon as possible. Smokestack's the higher priority, so we'll deal with that, but I need money. All right. Looking good. Do I not have batteries down anymore? Ah. Well, isn't that cute? So obviously, I need to have batteries, but obviously these don't serve any purpose anymore. So I'll just move the energy bridge. What about upgrading HQ? 27. Probably not happening. We definitely want the turret to get the bump first anyway. And then let's get the last of the base resources. So we're definitely not hurting for minerals and isotopes. We still have a bunch of patches that we can claim. As long as I've got the... Oh! I don't have the tier 1s. That's a huge problem. Oh, that's unforgivable. It's all lying on the ground. But yeah, I'm really at a point here where I need more workers. So we're gonna roll back a little bit on the... Okay, so this thing gets shut off. I will turn this thing back on because I think it's good to get a stockpile of tier 3s, but we're only gonna have one worker assigned to it. And it's not a high priority, but I'll at least get the rest of the I'll get the rest of the setup built. That upgrade better be ready. Probably what triggered the threat level. Okay. I'm not exactly a picture of confidence off on this, but actually, I guess one worry I have is that the smokestack's in a really good place for the rebels to kind of beat me up. My god, I only have 2 on-the-side workers? That's a problem. I think I need to free him up like this. It sucks because... that doesn't mean that my production's gonna get slowed down, but... Actually, that's gonna take up a worker, so false alarm. Okay. I'm not gonna work the artifact patch. That's more just a nice to have. Should probably pick what my next tech is gonna be. I am actually gonna wind up using pollution resistance, so we might as well work with that. This is definitely one we're going to scrap. Device construction time's not terrible.
This does not have to be such an ordeal. All you need to do is lay down your weapons and submit.
Okay, let's see if we can survive this. In fact, I'm going to adjust the factory one more time. We're actually going to disable the tier 3 line for a little bit. No, that's not necessary. In the meantime, we need to mine a node, we need to store a bunch of energy, we need a bunch of upgraded buildings, more fuel turbines. So far, these are all things that are not that difficult for us to achieve. The one worry is we don't really have the means to repair the turret during the fight. Which is where... Oh, I think I misjudged. Okay. I don't feel good about it, but we're gonna build here. Oh wait, we don't need to. Actually, you know what? We can have more than one. So in an emergency, we will we'll get the council to, well, we pretty much have to now. We'll request credits from the council. Might have to sell them something to do it. How much do I want to play chicken with this? We're in a sleep cycle, so I know that payday is not going to get in the way of that. Cool.
Wonderful work, Founder. It's good to see those rebels crushed.
You can hurt us, even destroy us, but you cannot kill our desire for freedom.
Okay, so these are all being set up for... Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I shouldn't have let the fire get out of control like that. But yeah, so the idea here is we want to I want the extra work from home setups for the different factories. My God, all of you, just stop the fires. So the current project I'm working on right now is, it's really clear that I need more workers. Now, I can't convert any until we have a successful payday. So what I'm going to be doing here, I can eventually build the residential and office buildings. I should probably get on that sooner rather than later. But I've got a ready-made solution in the form of these work-from-home setups. So I'll get these down first, and then we'll follow up with. This would be really good for a fuel turbine. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's here and here are our two good candidates. Probably want to go a little bit further into the weekly, because the council hall is going to hurt livability and such, but I don't know. We'll make it work. Oh, actually, we're already at a surplus. Excellent. I'm still gonna, bring as many people in as I can, but that actually lets me redirect my attention once again, so we can turn on the mineral input module. Again, sort of a skeleton crew for the two production lines. We're going to be building tier 3 of both, but we're going to build it at diminished capacity until we have the workers we need. Okay, so you guys... We don't have enough tier 2s. I'm a little surprised by that, but it is an expensive blueprint, so... So we're going to turn that thing off. We're going to go right back to focusing on tier 2s. There is a limit. Actually, yeah, so we are out of room. So I need to give back some of the... So the first thing I'm going to do, I don't feel good about it, but I'm actually going to set this aside for waste. This is just a very strange little building I've got here. But so again, that's for waste. These will be as well. I want to get some fuel storage down as well. Should probably be putting batteries here. Okay. Obviously, this is holding back our development of the work from home setups. All right, that's... I'm okay with that for now. I think I'm actually going to set moving resources below cleanup. I don't think I want to set it below processing, though. I'm kind of doubtful as to whether or not we're going to have a shipyard in time. But I think... So, again, as long as I pay my employees... Actually, there's one thing I can do, which is set up the transport hub. Does that make the most sense right now? Conversion center would also be a sensible choice. In fact, conversion center probably costs less than the transport hub. Yes. I have the power for it. So we'll still pay our employees.
Device complete.
Now this is a neat idea. Let's start claiming some of these inert ruins so that we can basically get rid of the artifacts. I don't recall if inert ruins will accelerate the rebel threat, but that actually seems like a good way for us to make some progress and not stack up the rebel anger. So it occurred to me that I have not yet explored these ruins. That's going to set some employees off on things that are not production, but it's fine. We'll get rid of that now and we'll worry about it later. I'm not going to activate this one for the fuel storage just because I can't defend it. Okay, so when we're at 108, we can upgrade the headquarters. It's probably good to have the transport hub before we make our final version of the smokestack. And actually, the placement of the nodes isn't all that bad. So what's good about the mineral and the isotopes, if you notice, they're all downwind. So obviously I want to make sure that I can defend them, but otherwise I think we're okay. I'm a little worried about the time that it's taking me, because again, with 7 rebel camps and a higher difficulty level, I think I'm going to start feeling the pinch pretty soon.
Survey complete.
There's never really going to be a good time to upgrade this.
Survey complete. Survey complete. Survey
$36 is so much to be spending on this, but I do like a big centralized energy pylon, so it feels bad, but I'm still doing it. All right, what else are we looking at? We should be able to set up a... What? Okay. 39 tier 2 minerals it is. if that's the case... I want more workers. I thought I was going to put down a conversion center in the headquarters, but looks like we're able to skip that. And again, my main focus here has been on basic resources. I should be claiming the last of the patches. Actually, we can do that now. I can't work them until I have more workers. But we'll be in decent enough shape. One of the other things that I want to start doing is clearing out this territory. So the eventual plan is going to be to sort of have a roadway sort of going in big circles around the edges. The inert ruins and the... it's actually just inert ruins are going to keep me from sort of being able to do full circles. It's basically a Dante city, I guess. But I think overall we're going to be able to get a pretty decent roadway. Actually, that might also be a tangled mess. We'll find out. It'll look cool. And isn't that the true meaning of Christmas? But yeah, what I think I'm going to do with the... So, I'm not necessarily going to prioritize the most important artifacts anymore. What I'm going to start prioritizing are things that are in the way of me building my road network. And what I'm going to spend those artifacts on are the tech web. So, for instance, if we get 2, 4... say 4 of them are essential now. Sorry, 4 of them are essential and accessible to me right now. That's another important condition.
Extraction complete.
Okay. That whole plan about getting tech that went away as soon as the conversion center went online.
Conversion complete. Conversion complete.
Good news is we will be able to do quite a bit more as these conversions happen.
Conversion complete.
I want to keep an eye on my overall income level. I've got most of the buildings that I need, which is good. But I don't think it would hurt for me to put myself on a slightly firmer footing. It was 36, right? 39. Close.
Conversion complete.
This is mostly just kind of letting the Citicorp do its thing right now. In a minute, we'll be able to... We'll be able to sort of shore up our cash.
Extraction complete.
I do have a bit of a worry with the smokestack here. It's not really getting supplied enough, but that's again a that's mostly a an employee problem. I don't hate the idea of spending 2 influence for getting some extra minerals and isotopes.
Complete. Conversion complete.
Okay. It's going to be a hit on my my energy, but I think we should be able to get by.
Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete.
Oh, wrong one.
Device complete. 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 Device complete.
I want to start turning this stuff on to make sure that I'm not shorting myself energy-wise.
Device complete.
Okay.
Device complete.
So as a temporary measure, what I'm going to do... I'm going to... no, this is not the one I want. Actually, I'm really short on tier 3. Now that's a real shame that we're not able to bring in workers like this. It's half a day's work. I don't think I should risk not paying the workers. Actually, you know what? Screw it.
Device complete.
Okay, we do wind up in the black. That's good.
Extraction complete. Extraction complete.
Maybe we wait for the end of the work shift before I raise the salaries. So I'm going to want to clear this out at some point, but maybe we wait until we get the roadway in place. Okay, cool. So we go on a bit of a conversion streak. So normally I wouldn't want to spend the credits on sort of upgrading the storage. It's not as bad because like we've got stuff like the shipyard ready to go and such. We are still trying, like at this point, I am actually still trying to get my workforce in decent shape. If we take a look at like 13 jobs is okay. What my ideal is basically is to have my ideal, to be honest, is to have a bunch of essentially I want to see a bunch of idle up here. If I don't have that, then there's definitely room to improve. So it's clear that I'm going to need a source of isotopes and soon, so we want to clear out these remaining isotope patches. I probably should have done that earlier, but that's life. I've got 108, so we can upgrade the headquarters. This is good because that's going to allow us to sort of make our more permanent smokestack, although that's probably not going to happen until... Actually, you know what? We're in a good spot to work this artifact patch now. That's probably not going to happen until we have a ship in the air. But yeah, right now I want as many bodies in the City Corp as I can, just so I can clear... Getting rid of those salaries would be a great thing. Makes me sad I can't get the isotope patch, but definitely worth it for saving the money.
Extraction complete.
Okay, so as far as the sort of main factory is concerned, I do eventually want to be back to generating tier. Actually, you know what? As long as we're double digits, I think we can afford to get... I'm gonna give it a full line. I don't know if I should feel good about that, but... Okay. So there's not a lot that I can do cash-wise. Yeah, until I've got the tier 2s that I need, there's not a lot that I can do cash-wise. I am quite worried that I let the rebel threat creep up on us. Yeah, it's... God, it's tough to say. Oh yes, sorry, there's another thing I should be doing because of energy needs. So like, I think probably I would prefer to have a shipyard up by the second rebel wave. I'm not too worried about what's going to happen, but it's just one of these cases where I'm starting to get a little careless on things. We'll see where it goes. There's going to be a limit to the number of conversions that I can do, I think. But 16 unassigned isn't a terrible place to be, and the big worry right now is just how much of that is getting absorbed with sort of cleaning up waste, supplying smokestacks and such. I would prefer to have headquarters be something other than a destination for trash. And given where we're at, I think I am going to clear... We've got people working the isotopes already. Yeah, you know what? Let's clear those rocks now. Because I'm going to want to move the pylon that we've got right now anyway. And one magic day, we will be able to feed this factory. I'm going to get one person working the mineral. Now, there's actually a very strong argument here for putting down a mine. Unfortunately, given the range of the... Well, I mean, I could put down a pylon, but like this would be a case where we start wafting pollution over our new citizens, and I'm not quite ready to do that. Be earning 2,000 a day. That might be something I want to invest into a Cathartes, if I'm completely honest. But we'll see. I think we're gonna claim the artifacts off of this one. I don't see a situation where... Actually, you know what? Yeah, no, I don't see a situation where I build a fuel turbine. Might put power there or something. Okay, so for starters, I think we can just easily build a new smokestack. I don't think we double it up yet. It might actually even be a good idea to put the energy pylon there. Won't work. I'll figure it out later. I'm trying to think where I'd want to put the shipyard, because technically these are the areas where I want to put my housing. So road here, maybe a nice shipyard in this little spot. I should probably build towards that at this point. And we're getting close to being able to build the last of the work from home setups. Now, at some point I am going to want to upgrade the energy plant, but I don't think it would hurt to try and get the I think it would hurt to try and get the oh, hang on. Got a big upgrade we want to do first. Okay, when I'm at 48, I think I'm going to go for a big upgrade on both the energy plant and the fuel turbine. If it's during a work shift, I can't do it, but actually it's almost certainly going to be during a work shift. Yeah, 8 to 4. All right. It was nice to dream. I wish it said, maybe I'm missing this, I wish it said how much energy it was taking up. I could switch it on and off and find out, but that's probably not the right way to do it.
Extraction complete.
Excuse me. Alright, this is going to be definitely a pinch on our power grid, but as far as getting the last of the things that require credits, we're going to be doing quite well. So at the end of the work shift, I'm going to upgrade the energy plant and the factory. We also have enough to be able to put down the shipyard. In fact, what I think I'll do, I'll clear out the last of the space that's required for that. So this is where the road would go. This is where the shipyard goes. There'll be a road that goes up to the smokestack.
Device complete. Device complete.
It's doing a really good job of annoying the rebels. I think as a precaution, I'm going to dismantle this smokestack. It's clearly not ready yet.
Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device
Yeah, so we got to rely on our tier 3 to defend against the rebel threat. Once we demolish the ruins, we'll at least get the shipyard in place. It'd be nice to have the cash to sort of buy a Cathartes right away. We'll see where we're at. If I can, I'd like to avoid building mines until I have a fleet. We'll see whether or not that actually turns out.
Device complete. Device complete.
The other problem is that I'm going to be fighting between getting my
Device
transport set up and building the first ship.
Device complete. Ruin destroyed. Device complete. Device complete.
Is your council watching? I do hope dying doesn't affect your performance review, Founder.
Okay, this is going to be a pretty frightening hit on my grid. Actually, I'm already...
Device complete.
I don't feel good about it, but I'm doing it. I'm going to have to be careful. So we'll wait till the rebel ship actually shows up, and then we'll do the call to arms. It's gonna be late. So I'm gonna have to shut down a few more things. I'm genuinely surprised that the Dog of Hope is not responding to the turret. That's a huge problem. I would have preferred not to have that happen during the workday, but obviously we need to realign our priorities. Still, all the more reason to be building the shipyard at this point. At least 200. Yeah, this is a very costly win, but we'll get by. is going to be a slow and cheap way of... well, sorry, it's expensive, but like I'm going to do it the cheap way and not build the full road right away.
This isn't the last you'll see of me. You're just delaying your inevitable defeat.
Are we really that far behind on our power? That's shocking. Okay, so it's leisure, so we can afford to do the upgrades now. One thing I think I can do actually is stop working the artifact patch now, because that's going to be raising the rebel threat level. So there's two things that I'm doing here. One, I want the road to the shipyard, the factory, the conversion center. Essentially, I want to have this all hooked up to the waste disposal. And then the other thing that I want to do is replace the smokestack. I want to put that in this plot here. Actually, we can do that now. No, I can't because I don't have the resources. That's fine. I'll keep laying down the roads.
Extraction complete.
You still wonder what makes them to the rebels? I notice upgrading buildings tends to provoke the rebel threat a lot. But essentially, it's everything that your net worth... So you see that net worth at the end. I've done a spreadsheet of this, actually. When you take a look at your net worth, you'll see that some items are higher than others. And as far as I can tell, the rebel threat meter is just another way of showing what your net worth is. So the reason your net worth goes up over time, at least partly, is because when that happens, that makes the rebels more, like, it makes you more attractive to attack to the rebels, basically. Okay, so that's a 90. We have enough for the one. The question is, do I have enough fuel to pull that off? So this would go from 33 to 45. Yep, we can get away with it. Won't feel good about it, but we can get away with it.
Building complete.
Okay, so this is the last of the isotopes. Wait, what? I can't do that then. I need those isotopes for other things. Oh, I know. And I think we're at the point now where I have to have someone dedicated to the production lines. Okay, we can turn everything back on. In fact, I should, so I don't have an unrealistic idea of what my Citicorp's power needs are. Yeah, I don't know. 99? That's not... Like, that's not impossible to deal with. Funny thing here is I can probably build a mine without actually needing to expand the territory. But yeah, so I think I know what I want to do though. So we're gonna keep working on the roadway, even though it's very slow. I am gonna want to put down the new smokestack, but we'll do that after the roadway's down. There's not a huge advantage to trying to do any of that early. If I don't have ships ready to go for the next rebel attack, I'm pretty sure we start losing important buildings, and that's probably GG. It bugs me that this is not paved, so for purely aesthetic reasons, I'm gonna build this road too. Okay, so now I need to start thinking about where I'm gonna put the new smokestack. How are we for employees? Do we have, if we have double digits, I'm gonna get more than, yep, so I'm gonna make them all work the mineral patches. Okay, so the next goal here is to get a smokestack up. Secondary consideration is going to be sort of getting the power infrastructure in place as well, but I'll worry about that in a little bit. Okay. So if I build it here and then I upgrade it, yeah. Upgrading it takes up a fairly important tier 3 isotope, but I think we'll be able to manage. I also need to buy a mine at some point. Good lord, look at that number go up. I'm not ready to destroy the energy pylon yet. Like, I want to make sure that this smokestack's properly handled. We're out of waste storage.
Destroyed.
Wait, that can't be right. Well. That should be able to push us over the edge.
Survey complete.
So again, I want to try and claim pretty much anything that's going to give me higher tier resource, or well, basically any basic resources, because that's a way of me, that's a way for me to get the tools, the things that I need, without giving up workers. 4K is a nice number to be at the end of the work shift. If I play my cards right, I might actually even be able to buy a Cathartes hull. So if I had 50 influence... No. Oop, I didn't want to claim that. Okay, this needs tier 3 for an upgrade, but after that we're good. Actually, we are in a much better position with isotopes. So we could upgrade both the fuel turbine and the energy plant and still have some to spare. So again, we're going to wait till the end of the work shift, but I'm going to do the same thing I did last time. How is Industries of Titan? I like it a lot, Torea Best. It's not a bad time for me to reiterate that. I was given a key from the developer for kind of promotional purposes, although I think you also know that my opinions are considerably more expensive. The one thing I do notice is that there's a few negative reviews lately because the game did recently change its roadmap. So one of the things that I'm playing right now is campaign mode, and effectively what they did was campaign mode was something they'd sort of dismissed at the beginning of development as sort of too much work to be feasible. But what they did was they sort of took a look at some of the simulation things that they wanted to do and what it would be offering to the game. And then they took a look at what it would take to sort of take the game as it was and implement things like the campaign mode. And ultimately they decided that probably campaign mode would actually be a really good way of doing this game. So they sort of changed the roadmap, but the problem is that, like, I think they did a really good job of being transparent with people in terms of, you know, what they were doing, why they were doing it. You can see the blog and such, but it is fair to say, like, the game is getting some fairly negative reviews lately, and I think it's largely driven from that reaction. But the thing for me is that I think this is, so I like city builders and I like Sims, but I've not been able to like fully get sold on something like on like a RimWorld. I like RimWorld. I'm just not very good at it. Or like Factorio again. I don't quite have the mind. I don't quite have enough time to sort of fully get into it. So one of the things that's kind of an interesting side effect, I think originally the intention was to have a much bigger simulation than what it is. And just to be clear, like, there is, like, pollution is modeled in the game. You know, Zethane comes from crevices, there's winds, like there is a lot of sim to it anyway. But one of the things that's kind of nice about the game, in my opinion at least, is that the game actually, like, the simplicity doesn't necessarily hurt it. The analogy that I drew was sort of like Into the Breach to XCOM. Like, XCOM is not impossible to understand, but Into the Breach is a considerably simpler game. in terms of just kind of getting a read on what's happening and like what you need to do to sort of accomplish your goals, let's say. So yeah, I'm a very big fan of Industries of Titan for a number of reasons. One, it's been a lot of fun to follow this game over the sort of course of its development. I was not expecting us to be full on minerals. How am I going to fix this?
Conversion complete.
I think we just put it on the top floor. But yeah, no, it's one of the things that I think is really cool about this game is can't think of a lot of city builders that require you to sort of defend your territory. And a neat side effect of that is the shape of the city that you build is quite different from what you would maybe normally expect in a sim like this. So I am a huge fan of this game, and what I think is really neat about the campaign mode is that basically I'm working towards these victory points. I have a reason, even though I'm on a very a harder difficulty level, I have a good reason to want to try and get the gold victory because it's going to make it even easier for me to do things in the subsequent map. So for me, I kind of need a little more structure on the types of sims and city builders that I play. And I think that's one of the things that I really like about Industries of Titan that I don't think it's quite gotten enough credit for yet. But it would have sufficed for me to just say it's good. Okay, we're not getting any new resources until we get until the garbage is cleaned up. So if we can hold the line until tomorrow, I get my Cathartes and I'll have a whole bunch of resources to build it with. Ah, cool. We're maxed out on employees. Did I get this wrong? Darn it. I think I am going to double up the smokestack. Oh, I did say I was going to upgrade the energy plant and the fuel turbine preemptively. Everything's just going to lose power. That's too bad. What's the next tech that I want? Okay, so the risk here is that the smokestack, the smokestack isn't really covered under the grid anymore. So doubling it up will potentially. No, hang on. That's more like it. And I think the time has come for me to, well, let's work on getting those. Let's work on getting the Cathartes in the air first. probably work on the truck pollution a little bit too. Okay, so I think we can turn off the conversion center. I don't need to add any more workers. There's going to be big changes for these buildings in the future. Because I can, I'm going to put down a bunch of batteries. So I still have enough to be able to build my Cathartes without, well, like Cathartes to the spec that I want, without having to worry about the, Oh, Jesus, I'm building it with tier 1s. That's a disaster. Whenever you see a big string of workers coming to your location, it almost certainly means that you're building with tier 1. The real problem with building with tier 1 at this point is not even that I don't have the tier 1 resources. It's actually more about the fact that it takes so long for them to move. And there's just simply other things I could be doing instead. There's a lot of sims to the game, but I feel like some things could be a little more... Yeah, I mean, you spent a lot of time talking about that, Frosty Mentos. I'm just going to have to say agree to disagree, right? Like, there's the game that people wanted from the very start, and I'm not unsympathetic to that. There's stuff I wanted to see, which is at least not going to be in this version of the game. I'm hoping it does well, and that there's a kind of a reason to, do some DLC or expansions or whatever. But the more I've sat down and worked with and thought about this, the more I actually think, so the thing is that yes, there are systems that were designed with a different plan in mind at the start. But I do actually see a number of things that are actually still contributing to the way that I play the game, even if they don't exist in sort of their full, their, the full realization that we were expecting. And like I said, I think the simplicity of the game is actually a virtue, not necessarily a defect. So, do I understand that people, sort of feel like the game should have been something different? Sure, right? People will always be entitled to their opinions. But the game as it is now, I actually think is quite a good one, and I feel like it maybe isn't quite getting the credit it deserves on a couple of interesting things that it's on the things that it is doing. And I think that's also just a general attitude I have towards games in general. Well, general attitude in general. I'm sleepy. I think it's fair to say that I don't know, my temperament is such that, and this is a problem for early access because, games tend not to get better if they don't have, people willing to say, hey, this thing isn't exactly working for me right now. But in general, when I play games, I tend to focus a lot on the things that I'm enjoying. I don't spend as much time talking about where it could... I mean, there's definitely times that I talk about where things could have been done differently, but it's usually in the context of saying, okay, here's the thing that I think this game is trying to do, and I think that's interesting, but they lost me at X, Y, or Z. So, for example, when I talk about Cyberpunk, I usually tend to talk about it in those lights. I'm definitely not one of those people who is jumping on the bandwagon of, this was obviously bad and it was obviously going to be bad forever, and I can even claim to have been skeptical about Cyberpunk before it was cool. And if anything, I actually had to reverse sort of my position and saying okay, this is actually... So it's this is closer to what I think people were expecting than I think it deserves, than I think it's getting credit for. But here's also some ways that this thing isn't quite holding up for me. And usually it's with regards to how the game is handling its themes. One of the things I'm trying to figure out is whether or not I want to buy a mine before or after I try to get the new ship. I think I'm going to try and... I'm going to try really hard to get the Cathartes. And how you doing, Vanguard Master? When you say quiet stream tonight, do you mean I didn't see that before? Do you mean I'm not talking enough, or just people aren't reacting?
Building complete.
Okay. So we're ready to throw some more bodies at the smokestack. Yes, the reason why I wanted to prioritize the smokestack is, I mean, we've got the road network for it now. We kind of need to burn through, literally, burn through as much trash as we can. A good follow-up will be to eventually sort of like clear out the headquarters and get a proper storage setup. But obviously, the Cathartes is the highest priority. I don't have to build it. It's nice to have as an insurance policy against the rebels. After that, we have unlocked our third tier. So 7 upgraded buildings doesn't strike me as too hard to do. In fact, once we get a navy, maybe what I'll do is another fuel turbine and an energy plant somewhere. Mining the node is going to happen already on its own. I'm definitely going to want to put down some batteries. Activated inert ruins. That's going to be a tougher one. We claimed 45 tiles, so as soon as we get the upgraded buildings, we'll be golden. Actually, this is kind of interesting. So the only buildings that I've upgraded... Oh, that's not true. 1, 2, 3, 4... So what's the 5th one? Actually, upgrading the conversion center will help with that as well. But again, I want to make sure that we're good for mining minerals or isotopes. Now, really, at this point, the trucks should be sending along the trash. Oh, are the research... That's a good question, Toraya Best. Yes. So this is actually a lot like... well, not a lot like... this is kind of neat. So, brace yourself. Actually, let me... so I was going to Vancouver... and I got to go to their Halloween party, which was really fun, and they are as cool and nice in person as you kind of expect from interacting with them on Discord. And I actually got a chance to talk with Andy Wynn, who's the lead designer. This is just after they'd introduced the tech web, actually. And we very briefly kind of talked about Civilization and how one of their original plans was to randomize the techs, and how it actually created a problem for players because players were essentially wanting to, find something like gunpowder, and because they couldn't find it, they were getting frustrated. And he kind of talked a bit about how he and Ryan Clark, the founder and sort of the person who sort of, I think, was the origin for this game, how they sort of talked about how Industries of Titan is a bit of a different experience. Like, so the problem for Civilization is just the fact that you know how history turned out. And so you're going to, you're going to want to find things that you know from history. So in this game, it is randomized. I suspect that there's probably a bit of a weighting that's given for, like, you'll notice here it says, like, level 1, and then this is level 2. So I suspect that it's not, like, fully... I suspect it's not fully random. Like, you're probably not going to see a top-tier research node, like, directly close to the center. But it's definitely not the same web each time. And in fact, you'll notice that the time it takes to research is quite long now. This is because I haven't built any science labs. I haven't even bought the blueprint for the science labs. But what's interesting is you can scrap it. So if I wanted to say, building repair credit cost. I'm like, well, maybe I don't really need that much. I can spend half the time to repair it, and it will actually give me access. I don't need to spend the artifacts to get the 2 items. So, for instance, let's say I thought that the Heron OP 39911 and the Science Lab power requirements, both of those were really important. I might have had the option to deny myself the reduction to the energy plant fuel requirement, so that I could access both without giving up 6 artifacts. So there's the randomization to kind of keep you on your toes. There's the trade-off between, the more research that you do, the less, the longer it takes, unless you build the infrastructure to support it. And then finally, even if you do build a lot of efficient research, so lots of labs and all of that, you have a finite number of artifacts, and you use artifacts to get your workers, your employees. And so you may find that you still want to wind up scrapping something, not even necessarily because it will make things go faster, but you may want to do that simply because you don't want to be giving up this precious resource in order to, to be able to accomplish some other things. But again, as I'm sure you've noticed, I give paragraph answers to sentence questions. So the simple answer is yes, they're randomized, but it actually is part of a... I'll be honest with you, I haven't actually seen a tech system like this in a game before. And it took a little bit of getting used to, and I'll be honest with you, I think I need to get a little bit better at knowing when to scrap stuff. I tend to hoard research a lot. But I think it was when I found out that I didn't have any artifacts for workers, which I pretty much always prioritize, I kind of began to realize how well thought out, for lack of a better term, the research system is. And I'm actually surprised that I don't yell, "Why don't I have the speedy employees one more often?" This is such a shame that the transport hub is just sitting idle like this. So we're almost there for the Cathartes money. I'll claim this, but I won't activate the ruin quite yet. I think same story there. So both of these I'm willing to activate because they are one of the goals. But I'm kind of reluctant to go all in until I've got ships in the sky. Okay, Cathartes time. So I guess Frosty Mentos, where I say agree to disagree is, you talk a lot about the stuff you don't like about Industries of Titan, and I think there's a place for that, especially in an early access game. But there is a certain point where I just want to sit and enjoy a game that I like. And the game is not going to be what you want it to be. I think that's pretty clear now. And I think there's a certain point where you decide if you're going to stay on the bus and have fun with everyone else, or if those, opinions maybe have just been said and they don't need to be as frequently repeated. It's not that you can't have an opinion, it's that I don't necessarily know that there's a whole lot of extra information that's being conveyed by what you're saying. And I think that there's probably less of an acknowledgement for how the game has become something different rather than worse. And, you know, like, the fact of the matter is that I don't think it's wrong to talk about, you know, how a game might be improved or how a game might be done differently. But it's not the thing I really want to be focusing on, particularly when I'm playing a game that I enjoy a whole lot. And okay, sure, you sound like a tryhard. Maybe you're, like, infinitely better at Industries of Titan than mine. But frankly, you know, you could be the best person in the world at this game. And that does not mean your opinion is somehow more valuable than other people's, right? So, you know, I'm trying to be as nice as I can in terms of saying that. But, like, the problem is that if people kind of repeat the same thing over and over again, it's easier if it's a positive thing, because at the very least, you know, it's less disagreeable. If somebody's kind of coming in and repeating something negative or something that's disappointing, or at the very least they've established a context in terms of what, you know, how they're speaking about this. You know, if that context has been established, then it's much easier to assume that what's being said is largely negative about the game. And again, like, you know, I don't feel like Industries of Titan is above criticism. But if you're someone who, in the chat, like, all you've really said is something that's critical about the game, it's something that I'm a little more reluctant to engage with for the simple reason that I don't really know if it's adding a whole lot. It would be like if I went into a stream that you know, like Call of Duty, right? So I'd like to like Call of Duty a lot more than I actually do. And one of the streamers I really like actually plays quite a bit of Call of Duty. And I sometimes sort of razz him about it a little bit. But if I sort of turned around and every time he was playing Call of Duty, I was essentially saying, you know, something to the effect of, oh, you know, this game is so dumb. Oh, only, like, you know, teenagers play this. Oh, you know, I'm not going to be that pleasant to be around. And I think more importantly, like, I think people having to deal with that would have to, you know, I think they would be sort of justified in saying, you know, you've let us know that you don't care for this, but this is what we're going to play. And this is, you know, if this isn't your thing, I understand. And, you know, please enjoy something that, you know, you like a little bit more. So that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Like, it's just, I understand that you want the game to be different, but I just don't know how many different ways you can say that and have me, like, not say something different. Hopefully that clarifies it for you. So whenever I put the life support here, I always wind up with too many people without air. So we're gonna split them. Split them like this. Now we do need batteries. Three fuel tanks is probably too much, but I've made my decision. Okay, so I probably can't scramble a second Cathartes by the time the rebels show up, but I don't hate where we're at with this. So normally what I would do here is I would save the ship blueprint. So this, I can give an example in terms of where something I would like different with the game, but I don't really feel it's a killer. I have a strong preference. So the game has an auto currency feature here, and it describes it. Actually, they do a really good job of describing this concept. Automatically chooses the most efficient resource currency while minimizing loss from overpaying. So this is an interesting tooltip for the simple reason that there are multiple versions of efficiency. So minimizing losses in Industries of Titan means that they will use. So if you've got something that takes 4 construction units, they will use 4 tier 1, because if you were to use a tier 2, that's a loss of 1 construction unit as opposed to the 4 tier 1s. Now, the cost to that is that those 4 tier 1s could have eventually been refined into tier 2s. And so to me, with a longer term view, that's actually a loss of a certain number, just by virtue of the fact that you've got a certain amount of given enough time, these things can be moved up to to a more valuable resource. So essentially the 3 tier 1s that are used instead of the tier 2, that winds up being a loss of 15 construction units, in my opinion. And I mean, there's room for disagreement on that as to whether or not that's the right way to think about it, but that's definitely, to me, I tend to like thinking very long term in terms of those works. I am a little worried about the fact that we still haven't cleaned up. I mean, we're still processing, which is good, but I think before I build another Cathartes, I'm going to have to get the mine. Yeah. So there is one thing that I can do. Sorry, I will get back to the topic, but I need to free up my isotopes. Or my isotope people. Actually, we'll just cancel the whole isotope line. It's the odd structure on the road corner. This little thing right here? I'm gonna guess that's it. So this is the inert ruin. So there's this goal here that it says ruin rouser. In this case, you want to activate a certain number of inert ruins. So there's actually a whole sort of backstory to Titan. So I think under glossary this would be helpful. Oh, maybe it's environment? Yeah, ruins. So these are the basic ruins. These ancient rotting ruins tell a story of a time before the Council, a time before the current civilization arrived. But sadly, no one can translate what any of it actually means yet, though many continue to try. Academic interest in the ruins has waned over the years, but the Council keep lining the pockets of those who continue their research. So, in essence, part of Industries of Titan, it's not required to enjoy the game, but there is actually a reasonably well thought out story. And one of the things I like about it is they leave just enough information out of reach that you kind of need to combine the two ideas together. So the idea here is that there was a civilization on Titan before we arrived, the Landfallers faction. And I don't know this for sure, but I think the suggestion is that all that were left were the ruins of this civilization. It might have been one of the big reveals at the end was actually the Council was responsible for the destruction of the civilization. But I think the idea here more is that there's this warning that the sort of exploitation of the planet, or sorry, the moon, is what led to the sort of destruction of this civilization, and that effectively we're kind of creating the same mistakes again. Again, you can make your own judgments based off of what you read. So generally what we do is we will either salvage materials or we'll extract artifacts from the ruins. Just in terms of storytelling, there's actually a fun little idea here where when you go to the council communications, you can spend influence, and influence is a currency. So the council will exchange influence for Actually, it's better if I go to the codex for this. So you can spend influence, which is not just like lobbying anymore, but it's actually been turned into a specific currency, which is its exchange rate is determined by the council. You can request minerals, isotopes, and credits, but you can also donate for influence. And you'll notice, of course, again, they control the exchange rates, right? So the rates are never as good. You get 5 minerals for 10, but if you donate 10 minerals, you only get 5 influence back. So, you know, it's very much weighted in favor of the council. What you notice is that you can donate artifacts, but you cannot request artifacts. And so my understanding of the story of Industries of Titan is that essentially the council has created these enterprises that basically the whole reason why you are doing what you are doing is that credits and minerals and isotopes, all of these things, you know, among these super wealthy people, these are things that they're willing to part with, right? They're valuable, but in the end, you can always mine more minerals from another place. You can always get isotopes somewhere. You can always earn more money. But the artifacts are unique to Titan. And essentially, the reason why the council does this is they sort of dangle the promise of tremendous wealth in front of you, and that effectively these city corps are ways to sort of siphon the real value of Titan, the artifacts which are to be researched, into the hands of the council. This is at least where I'm getting the story from. But with that in mind, you were asking about the weird building. So this is an inert, well, no longer an inert ruin, but when we found it's unactivated, these strange ruins are unlike any others in that they contain ancient technology that an enterprising founder might be able to harness. Scientists are still studying the civilization that made its home in the stars, but perhaps these ruins will be able to tell us something if we know where to look. And then the specific one is the activated tank. So when properly harnessed, these ruins provide fuel to enterprising founders. Your research scientist was impressed that the fuel is even usable in our systems, since presumably the last civilization wasn't as technologically advanced as modern-day corporations. Clearly, more research is needed to find definitive answers. So that's an activated tank that basically stores fuel. It's equivalent to a building that I can build as well, the fuel silo. But in this case, this was something that was here before. And we've got a couple of other examples. So this is another tank, whereas this is also a tank. Okay, tanks for days. But yeah, essentially this is an actually very fragile fuel storage, but it's one that I'm kind of happy to have. So now that I've got defense, oh, that's a great name, the Savvy Fenrir. Now that I've got defenses, I'm okay to activate these. Again, the ideal is still going to be to try and get another Cathartes up, but I'm going to have to put down the mine first. And of course, I can't build the mine until we've earned some money. So there's a temptation to build a fuel turbine here right away, but the thing is that I don't, like, until I can get to a victory condition, it doesn't matter if I build it, like, now or, you know, later on in the session. Good news is these are all relatively easy to do. It's really the activated inert ruins that is going to require the most effort. So we can kind of bank on having, say, 3 plus 6. So, and then we already have landowners. So if we're at 6, then we're actually at 9, specifically because of landowner. And then I suppose theoretically, if we go towards power prepper, that would actually take us up to 12 and in shooting distance of a bronze victory. Which is good because I don't think I'm going to go and try and attack the rebel camps. I think that's going to be something that... I think that's going to provoke them more than it's worth. Okay, so I've got the... Why are there so many idle... Surely all the idle ones should just be clearing out the waste at this point. Okay, I will reduce truck pollution, I think. Because artifacts increase my net worth, I probably want to think about what my next few nodes are. So I'll start researching that. I only have 5 artifacts, so I think I'll just leave that aside for now. There's going to be 2 ships in the next wave. So yeah, after the next work day, we're going to be able to buy a mine, so that'll get us back up and running with the isotope node. I mean, there's no major argument in favor of, I don't, like, hang on. I should put another thing to store waste, actually. It's probably better to use this. For 500, I can actually start building the next Cathartes. Yeah, so the mine will ensure a nice steady stream of upgrades. For minerals, we've got 231 on the ground, so I don't need to build a second quite yet. I think from that we start worrying about upgrades. So I'm definitely going to upgrade the conversion center, but again, I want to secure my isotopes first. And then... what else? I'm going to invest in storage, because I probably should have had that a lot sooner. And then I should also probably start building my residential and office buildings. That's going to require a bit of effort, given that I've already kind of got these work from home setups. But I think maybe kind of an office park... Actually, the office park here makes a little more sense than here because of the... Well, no, actually, the Zethane's blowing the right direction, so... Yeah, we could probably handle it both ways, to be honest. Okay, against my better judgment, I'm gonna start building the Cathartes because it's gonna take a while before the...
I've been watching you work from afar. Please, take it personally when I tear it all down, Founder.
So these are the rebels. Their existence is not necessarily any better than the people who are confined to a city corporation, but they have decided that they're not participating in the... Oh wow, they made really good time. And apparently I was wrong, so it looks like it's just the Dog of Hope. So the combat is kind of neat here, if you're a fan of FTL. So what's kind of neat about this is you have, so there's two ways you can think. Like, so number one, you can say FTL, but also if you think of FTL, it kind of winds up being a little bit of a puzzle. So this is definitely a bigger gun than I need for this particular fight. But what I'm going to do in particular for this attack, so the worry right now is that these lasers are going to be able to fire before I get my shots off. And what that's going to mean is there's a bit of damage that my ship takes. In fact, let's change the priorities. Actually, you know what? I think I'm okay with that for now. But what I want to do, these things work just like factories. So the relays are what's giving power to these lasers. And you'll notice that there's batteries up here, but as long as I take out these relays, the rest of it doesn't really matter. The life support gets taken out. Basically every system that matters is taken out, and all they've got left are shields in the main generators. So that's going to be the approach that we take here. They're also taking damage from the turret, but that's not as important to us right now. What I'm more worried about is if they wind up knocking off one of the operators from the gun. All right, so you'll kind of notice here everybody's sort of scrambling around trying to deal with what came up. You're going to head off for the night. You need to fix your sleeping schedule. Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you very much for hanging out, Vanguard Master. I'm probably not going to go too much longer myself, but it's always nice to see you. But yeah, so it's a little hard to see that these weapons are sort of not powered. Oh, looks like they're still able to fire. That kind of caught me by surprise. Excuse me. I think I'm going to still stick with this strategy at this point, but... oh, I think I see what's happening. If I do this, that probably does the trick. Yeah. You can see the other things that had power are off. So what I didn't anticipate was that this large relay was long enough to be able to connect to this relay. So again, it just kind of like I said, it kind of winds up being a bit of a puzzle in terms of finding what systems are weak enough. So it's not just a question of being able to build a good ship yourself, but one of the fun bits can actually be understanding ship construction well enough to be able to get a combat advantage against the rebels. Again, in this case, this is considerably more powerful than what we needed.
You've won for now, but I will be back with a vengeance, and I will remember this day.
As will we. Good work out there, Founder.
So our work shift starts in about an hour. Oh yeah, sorry, I was going to say the one thing that I think the game could get some improvement on. So the way that the autocurrency works is not actually something that I prefer. The preference that I have is to minimize the number of individual, not the construction units, but the individual items that are used. So if I do some form of construction, that winds up taking, say, I don't know, like if I can use one block, whether it's a tier 3, tier 2, or tier 1, I prefer that to using 4 blocks, because I know that given enough time, I'm going to be able to upgrade that to a certain type. Now, I think that's a more complicated way of thinking, and so I think they made the right call for doing it the way that they did it. But the challenge is that I wind up sort of shuffling through a number of the... different I wind up sort of shuffling through a number of the different tiers of resource, just because it's my preferences are a little bit different from the default. Okay, so we should be able to get this second one up and running. Also occurred to me I could be converting some of my... So I had to give up 5 or 6. I think it was 6. Yeah, I gave up 6 crew to go on the ship. I'm also going to give up another 6. So at this point I really should have been converting some of my citizens into employees. Okay. I think I'll go for the design that I did last time and spread around the life support systems. Ugh. Again, all those tier 3s that I'm using are tier 3s that are not going towards building the mine. We are actually able to upgrade the conversion center once the slots are done. So I do want to repair the Savvy Fenrir at some point. I'm also going to get a storage facility as long as we have, yeah, we'll actually go left over. So I could actually buy one more building. I may not use it that much, but I think I will also buy an energy depot. Yeah, we can only repair the Savvy Fenrir in the shipyard, so I'm going to hang on to it for now. Okay, we'll upgrade the conversion center. 1, because I want more workers, but number 2, it does also count towards my goals. Just need to put down a couple more engines and some fuel turbines, and then we're good to go. Actually, I might put down some more batteries. Oh, that's right. I got a few more things I need to build.
Device complete.
The energy depot gives me options. I will wind up buying the rest of these, but I think I need to focus a little bit more on getting my production in order. So once the shipyard, well, like once the tasks for the shipyard are done, we're going to focus on building those mines. Yeah, so if it wasn't clear what I was saying before, I do like the idea of ship blueprints, but because my preference is because I disagree, disagree is the wrong term. Because my preference is something other than the way that they do. My idea of efficiency is not minimizing loss. I don't take advantage of the blueprints because I also think it's very wasteful to build everything using only tier 2 or only tier 3s. But the thing is that the alternatives, like building so many objects out of like tier 4 minerals, for instance, also prevents me from being able to build exactly the things that I want. So there's no kind of perfect setup for me, but it's something I just kind of acknowledge as being a bit of a weird preference on my part. Okay, so I feel okay harvesting all of these ruins because they're going to go straight into getting some new workers. Found a rebel base.
Device complete.
I don't normally like leaving little corners like that, but I'm locked in now. So we're just bringing in new citizens to replace the ones that have been converted.
Extraction complete.
I think I'm okay to clear out the move resources now. It's clear that the reason why we're out of isotope is because there's no isotopes. So it looks like there's a couple trucks being used. I just can't see them. Or see them being used. Okay, we'll buy a few more of these. Or, well, one more of those. I do want to upgrade this as well, but like I said, the priority right now is for the priorities to deal with the mine. Once the second ship is ready to launch, which is pretty soon, we're basically going to do the same thing that we're doing with the Savvy Fenrir. Only difference is I need to repair this one. Now, shipyards can only support 2 ships, so the best thing for me to do, honestly, is just turn off the shipyard as soon as I'm done repairing. But this is a decent milestone for us to be at. So, what time is it? Okay. I will go a little bit later, but I do need to get some... I do need to get a little bit of data work done in the background, so... Please forgive me, I'm going to be a little distracted for... I'm going to be a little distracted for a minute. Yeah, so the plan for this one essentially is I disable all the lasers and the med bay. So you can see the rate at which it earns sort of fuel and power. So I've got all these batteries and these fuel tanks, and so between combat, this is just a chance for me to get the ship what it needs. One of the things that's kind of neat in terms of how the, all the different systems are simulated. So we've got this zethane, which is generated from crevices, and you'll notice the closer you are to a crevice, the more zethane there is in the area. Whereas, let's take this fuel turbine here, 25.55 when it's being drawn out, and we contrast that to, say, this is outside of the claim range, that's 4401. So you can see, like, the idea of pulling this resource out of the air is having an effect on the map. But one consequence of this is that, in this case, the Sumptuous Jackal, let's say that they're actually fighting in an area where the zethane is quite short. One consequence of that is that if you don't have fuel tanks, or if you don't have enough batteries, you can actually wind up in a situation where you can't power your weapons just because, you know, the opponent chose an advantageous position to, you know, to defend from. It's not a multiplayer game, so, and I don't think the AI thinks it. I don't think the rebels don't build fuel turbines, and I don't know if the rival corporations build fuel turbines thinking, oh, there might be a battle fought here. I think they build fuel turbines because they want to, you know, they want to earn stuff. But it is still kind of neat. Like, that is a consideration that you need to have, and you know, you can skimp on the cost of a ship by you know, by not putting that investment in. But if you wind up losing, you know, if you wind up losing the ship as a result, you know, have you, or you know, you're not able to do as much damage, have you really saved any money? Okay, this is the long-awaited mine. I'll put down a second one when I can afford it. Sorry, Steam's asking me for a password. We're at our employee, yeah, we're at our employee cap, but we do need to replace people. Okay, almost done. This is actually not a bad use of influence now. Again, I'm sorry to be a little distracted here. We are full up on fuel and power, so we can turn everything back on. Again, this is storage. It doesn't go bad, so we are... we're okay to turn these on and then sort of forget about them. And then the Savvy Fenrir should already be full from before. Yeah, so everything's sort of ready to go. Okay. I think I messed something up. Sorry, I just messed something up on the data thing, so. Okay. Cool. I don't know when I'm going to be able to share this, but I think, or if I'll ever share this, actually. But I do seem to have found something pretty consistent in terms of the way it behaves. So this is something I'm doing for someone, so if they want to keep that to themselves, or, you know, some other condition under which I can't share it out, I'll still, you know, like, I'll do my thing. Like, obviously I have the knowledge that's in my head, so you know, just because I can't share the specific game, or maybe it's not a good idea to share that specific game. You know, I'm sure I'll have other opportunities, but there were a couple points where this thing seemed to be working better than it should have, and I was like, okay, this is kind of weird, and like to a point where I felt like maybe there was a mistake being made, and it's sort of become normal again. So like the errors are kind of creeping back in, and I'm like, okay, I feel a little bit better about that, which is weird, right? You don't want to say, oh, the results aren't exactly what I thought they would be. That's a good thing. But in this case, it's kind of nice to know that it's not. I probably shouldn't have started building that highway. It's kind of nice to. Sometimes there's a danger that you are. You're getting like false results because you're like, oh wait, there was going to be a fuel turbine here. This is wasteful, but I'll put it here. Anyways, yeah, sometimes you get really, really good results because you're doing something very silly data-wise. I'm always very cautious of that possibility. In fact, I notice at work there is a very strong tendency for some of my colleagues to want to report a good result. And so even though, to me at least, it seems fairly clear that... So actually, this is a good example where scrapping doesn't get me anything because I've already got these two paths, but it might have made more sense for me to scrap factory pollutions. Anyways, we'll get rid of truck pollution. Anyways, yeah, so everything's fraught with peril. Beware. Yeah, so essentially, once I started seeing a few more, like, quote-unquote mistakes, or basically behaviors that showed this thing wasn't relying on data that it wouldn't have available to it in a real application, I started to feel a little bit better about the whole thing. Close, but not there yet. Oh yeah, that's another thing I need to remember. My surplus of employees is purely because I have not been working all the modules. That's fine though, we can make this work. Okay, so I'm going to start by connecting the mine. Eventually we'll upgrade it, but I need some time for that. This one we are going to upgrade though, because we need to power the mine. I'm not worrying about a mineral node right now because, again, we've got 373 tier 1 minerals. The question about the tier 3s are not so much like, do I have the resources? It's more, can I process them quickly enough? And for whatever reason, the waste really is not being dealt with fast enough. I think this thing's running sort of day and night. I think it just needs to be upgraded, but again, priorities. Actually, now... So I can go for more... you know what? I think I'm going to upgrade the smokestack. I need to remember to turn this thing back on and not to rely on that power, but... Oh, and it looks like we've got some more objectives. Okay, first things first, let's get somebody working the mine. I do want to upgrade this when I can, but let's just start with the basics first. Next, then I will also build sort of a factory and storage at some point. In fact, maybe we do... I mean, this is close enough. I could maybe convert this into a... No. Factory here. Storage here, maybe. So yeah, I've upgraded the smokestack here just so we can have more workers working on burning the trash. Now, because we have because we now have an isotope mine operating, I want to get people working on the sorry, I want them to work on refining isotopes again. That's going to be the thing that lets us kind of hit our next level. Okay, and then as far as territory that's available to me, this is it for my, like, the stuff I can access. We're out of ruins, so if I need more minerals, it's going to come from that mineral node. Obviously, there's tons of patches and all of that here, so that's not going to be happening. Let's instead think a bit about what our next few steps are going to be. So, we worked our way up to landowner, and we're done with highly upgraded. We're always going to have that. Power prepper will be a good one to follow through on, especially because there's 2 tiers of that. And then I would like the fuel turbines. I don't think it would be a bad idea for me to build a second fuel turbine and get that working here right now. So I think that's going to be my target. No, sorry. My first target is going to be building storage, particularly for waste. Then I will... then I'll build the fuel turbine. Storage for waste is important because it allows me to hopefully like clear stuff out of the factory, but also start clearing out headquarters. So given where we're at in terms of... So it's a combination of 2 things that I'm worried about here. There is the rate at which the rebel threat meter is growing, and it's also worth considering what my next few moves are going to be. Most of my new moves are going to be upgrading buildings, which tends to aggravate the threat level quite a bit. But it's also just the fact that those kinds of threats tend to grow at a fairly fast rate. So my worry right now is that the... we need tier 2. My worry right now is that we're not going to be able to do the tasks that we want fast enough. And that's going to translate into some... That's going to translate into some problems for us down the road. So I think the next attack we're going to be able to survive. But basically, it's what I should be thinking of this as now is sort of this ticking clock. So what I want to be doing is I want to be thinking about my objectives. I want to think about how I can complete them in a reasonably quick period of time. And then I want to, where I can, I want to try and... how do I put this? Like, I want to invest in things that will make my Citicorp run faster. So, you know, getting a smokestack that's burning trash even faster is an important step for me. Building a building the fuel turbines, one here and then one here, or somewhere in this area, so that I can, you know, I can get the credit for the, the 3 fuel turbines. Like, essentially getting myself to a point, number 1, where I have the option of claiming victory when I want, and then number 2, of getting that gold victory before the rebels become something that's overwhelming. That's kind of what I want to be moving towards now. And it shouldn't be that hard, but again, it's just one of these things where I want to be careful in terms of how I'm thinking about this stuff. If the rebel threat, or sorry, if we don't get this dealt with reasonably soon, what I am going to need to do is build another shipyard so that I can push back the rebel threat. But I think as a whole we'll be okay. I'm gonna do something kind of silly here. I always find this so hard to read on the white snow. I think that's facing the right way. So I'm basically going to build a version of this factory, but for isotopes. Oh, and this should not be storing anything but waste. So this is gonna sting. But what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to start deleting everything that has been waste storage. Not enough space to drop it. Okay. Yeah, again, this is going to take a while to sort out. So because of where we're at with the workers, we've still got 28 free. Now, admittedly, they're going to be running around doing sort of cleanup and all of that. But because I've got so many free, I'm going to focus on improving the smokestack first, just so we can increase the rate at which things are being disposed of. Now we're doing okay minerals-wise, so even though it's not strictly necessary, I'm going to put the new fuel turbine down, or at least start it. Okay, time to upgrade the smokestack. This storage facility here is going to be built for isotopes. Okay, so we connect you. So eventually the plan is going to be I replace these isotope input modules with mineral input modules. In fact, let's start that transition already. That should be handled on its own. Let's also use the cash to just buy up the remaining. So I'm going to have 2k at the end. So I need one more day to get the Council Obelisk and the Science Lab, but that shouldn't be too hard. So yeah, the tier 3 smokestack's a pretty high priority for us, just simply because without it, we're always going to be playing catch up in terms of waste. So at the very least, with a higher tier, smokestack, we're in a situation where we don't need to, or like we're burning trash about as fast as we can. You should be here for minerals. You should only be here. Oh wow, look at that waste. So this will sort itself out over time, but okay. So what I'm going to do here, again, this is a really counterintuitive kind of way of handling this. Oh, interesting. So I can't actually get away with doing that. I mean, I could build it manually, but... well, might as well. Before I do that, let's get the other part of the fuel turbine down. It doesn't have to be connected or upgraded, but it's a nice to have, so... The bridge isn't entirely necessary because I don't plan on turning this thing on yet, but I can at least get the basics down. So I'll wait till we're at 50 so I can put down the tier 3. Essentially, getting this thing online will allow me to set the mineral production lines up, which just means I get these things faster. I don't think I did that right. So I think those have to be the other way around. Otherwise, I don't have the power for the upper range. So a little bit of a bummer, but that's not the end of the world. I'm not crazy about the fact that the waste receptacle is getting filled up with stuff from other trash sources, but yeah, it's life. Okay. I am actually just gonna... So now I feel safe enough to turn all this stuff on. I'm gonna head to... not you. So I'm going to dismantle these. Turn them into mineral. You can kind of see the transitions already happen. Okay, up next, we're going to upgrade the conversion center because that's going to allow us to get some more workers to work all these new jobs that I'm making them do. I think I do need to assign some more dedicated workers to a couple things, so... I think at this point, for all my central jobs, I need to have at least one person assigned to each of them. Actually, I'm pleasantly surprised about the clean waste. So I think we can safely move cleanup back to the bottom. So, because I want to build a third fuel turbine, maybe what I do want to do is get at least the, like, foundations of the mineral extraction taken care of. The motivation for this is actually so that I can get a fuel turbine down in this region. Actually, now that I think of it, a fuel turbine here doesn't get me as much because the wind's blowing the wrong way. I still think I'm gonna put the. I still think I'm gonna put the. Okay, we can start claiming some more artifacts. I'm still gonna put the command center near the mine just because it's the most obvious point for expansion, but. I think we're quickly getting to the point where there are no more tiles for me to claim. So I'm trying to remember, did I want to build residential here or here? I feel like here is a slightly better location, but I'm also kind of cramped at this point. So maybe what I do is office, residence. Now, command center doesn't give livability anymore. So maybe it's better for me to focus on... There's a little more space in this area. Anyways, we're ready to do the second tier, so we might as well get that out of the way. I may be short on employees, so I might pull back a bit. Oh! turn these off for a minute just so I can get sanity back. Okay. I'm a little weirded out by how this is all turning out. So when I take a look at something like this, it seems to me like this thing should be cranking out tier 2s with reckless abandon. This thing isn't even getting fed. And processing is a top priority job. So I'm going to trust the process here, but... I'm definitely going to want to build parks. Oh, defensive turret power requirement's a no-brainer. I do want the generation rate, but I don't feel like I need to worry that much about the harvesting rate. So I'll probably mess around with that a little bit. Let's convert where we can out of artifacts. Oh. Okay, that means I'm still going to build the command center where I said I was going to, but this does mean I want to start scouting out more ruins. So just so I can live with... just so I can make some progress, let's get that command center down. 2 ruins is not exactly gonna move the needle. It is kind of tempting that there's these ruins all along the side here, but there are also rebels in the area, so I don't want to get too close because they will attack stuff in range. 135, I feel like I should be doing more upgrades. Transport hub would be a good one. Probably the mine is better, though. Actually, there's 2 big reasons for me to follow up on ruins. One, for the resources, but number 2, so I can get inert ruins to activate. So I may be forced to fight this rebel base just because I need to get my hands on more inert ruins. We'll see. Okay, we found the second rebel site. So...
Oh, did you miss me, Founder?
Wasn't quite expecting such a quick response. Feels like everything is moving quite fast. I feel like... Okay, I feel like the speed has... I feel like the speed's gotten a little wonky, so I'm actually going to quit to the main menu and reload. If it winds up being something of a permanent feature, maybe we'll just call it, because I am already an hour over. Combat is so common on Titan that Titanians should only be frightened when the skies are silent. It means that there is something much more dangerous brewing. So they did kind of get the jump on me. I haven't even done a call to arms yet. I should probably be thinking about what I sacrifice. Nope, that stuff's just that fast. Anyways, we should be able to take these on. So, as before, we treat this like a big puzzle. My god, look at those relays. So... I don't actually think there's a good way of doing this. Anyways, it's too... like, they're pop guns, basically, so... Alright, I have a couple options on this one. We can go straight for the... We can go straight for the guns, or we can go straight for the relays. Fortunately, we are armed enough that I can say, why not both? So that should defang both. I will start shutting down more things if I have to, but I think we'll be okay. I have decided, though, once the work shift is done, we're going to dismantle this factory, and we're going to build residential and office space. So I actually need 1,000 for that, but we should make up the difference soon enough. Oh, actually, I've got an idea. Ah! Sneak attack. Okay, so this is an easy one just to go straight to the weapons on. So I think we're in danger of losing our. I think we're in danger of losing our battery. I'll shut off the turret.
Council money may buy you weapons, but it
Oh,
doesn't
so that's
buy you morals.
That was actually just a random ship that stopped by. Did I forget to put an extra engine or something? Maybe it's been shut down. Anyways. Shut you off for a little bit. So again, I'm going to avoid trying to take out these rebel camps for as long as I can, for the simple reason that if I anger them, that just makes life more difficult for me. And none of my objectives right now require me to anger the rebels. It is fair to say, though, that I need power. One of the ways I'm going to do that is by this placement doesn't 100% make sense, but I think I can still make it work. So yeah, there's like nothing as far as ruins for us. Okay, I'm gonna let this power up for a little bit before I go on to the next step. So one problem right now is that we need to repair our ships, and I can't actually turn on the power to let that happen. But what I can do, I can at least finish the kind of the upgrading work. Not a great idea given that we're running short on power, but now I do need a minute here to see how many people I can house in this. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Residential will cover 16, so we're actually a little short, but we can upgrade and we'll be fine. This is only mineral 1s, and we've got 316, so I'll demolish that. I don't have to, just I'm trying to get rid of the I'm trying to get rid of anything that has oh, you know what? I should just put a command center down here anyway because of the ruins. Only after I get power, though. So the first priority is actually going to be to take out this factory, because this is going to let me build another energy plant. The next one will be to get rid of this factory, and then we'll put a park to cancel out the effects of the energy plants. Then we'll put a hospital here. The advanced tank kind of gets in the way, but you know, I'll live with it. Okay, let's get you some more. So I suppose the question is, do I think I'm going to be able to get everything up and running in time for the next workday? And I suppose it doesn't really matter one way or the other. There's no advantage to me rushing to build that, so I won't. Oh, that's the ripples expanding. Okay, we're at our... Wait, really? Yeah, no, we're at our employee camp. I mean, 20 idle employees with almost fully upgraded sort of factories and mines is not a bad place to be. Actually, that's one thing I can do. Turn the... Oh, hang on. No. Gotta turn that back on so that I can... convert. Okay, let's buy the last of the... Oh, there's a couple more. So there's air purifiers and industrial fans. I'm going to start with the Council Obelisk and the Science Lab. Could upgrade, unlock the tier, but I'm going to buy more trucks because that should make my operations go a bit faster. It's going to take us a while to clear all that out. Madness. Okay. Almost there. I could probably make my life a little bit easier by... Actually, yeah, you know what? If we assign 2 people to these jobs no matter what... And then... Cleanup gets priority. Okay, so we can afford to turn off the conversion center for a little while. We're now at 275, so I'm going to get that last residential building up. Oop. So I think what I'll do, I'll put the energy pylon here. That'll give the coverage for this whole area, and we can connect into what we already have. So we are going to have to upgrade that at least once to cover everything we need. That's not a particularly expensive operation. And I would prefer, if I could, to have a bigger storage facility, but I'm actually going to put waste storage here. I mean, I have a couple of other options, I suppose, but I think I'm going to stick with that. Okay, what am I going to do about this? So if I take a look at the Zethane situation, like, this is okay. Actually, it's probably more than okay, if I'm honest. I think I'll probably just put the fuel turbine here. It's not ideal, but it doesn't have to be ideal. It has to fulfill an objective. In this case, we can afford to speed things up a little bit. I think I might wait for the storage for the waste here. It seems to me like we're pretty much ready to dismantle at least this factory. Okay, so we're eventually going to upgrade these. In fact, I wonder if I can get away with that now. That's going to have a huge, it's going to have a huge energy cost. If I can get this done in 4 hours. It's a long-ish shot. I probably shouldn't have upgraded these, to be honest. But in for a penny, in for a pound. So let's dismantle all these. Reduce the defense turret power. I figure that's going to come up sooner than anything else. This one's getting its upgrade. This definitely needs to get dismantled as soon as possible. This is only for waste. While we're waiting, let's try and clear out more waste. Yeah, so if you build one of these things, you just can't unbuild them, so... I'm just going to let that sit there. Okay. $25 short. We're doing okay. Again, I think we still have a... We still have a problem with storage, or with power. And I actually think if we're at 44 of 122, we can actually afford to dismantle this one as well. this is going to be a little inconvenient to deal with, but long run, this is good. And as it turns out, we did have the power that we needed after all. So, we will move on to fuel turbines following that. I'm going to get the preemptive upgrade in. I should also probably pay up to see what my next few tiers are. I feel like we can do the power prepper reasonably easily, but I've been ignoring it. And I do have a few rebels surrounding me, so I'm going to have to start thinking about where exactly I put those things. Because they do need to be covered by energy pylons, and as you can see, there's not that many options for where to put them. Anyway, it'll all get sorted. Also, the good news is I'm going to get a bunch of tier 2 minerals out of this. So let's think, for an energy depot, that gets me 6,000. Oh, and it does have an effect on livability, so it may not be a good idea to put them here. I'll probably put them here, though. That's our first citizen death, I think. And apparently I've been ignoring this ruin the whole time. Okay, I'm going to go for the 90. That is going to raise the threat level, but that's a risk I'm willing to take on. That's so weird that now my citizens are dying, even though I've moved them into more resistant areas. Well, I mean... in fairness, the pollution is kind of wafting down here. I could theoretically actually build a fan to sort of blow it in the correct direction, but that sounds difficult and expensive. Just easier to get new migrants to replace the ones who die. Okay. This is going to be a bit of a pain to sort out. I don't need to worry about minerals for the next little while, so I'll build... This is more of kind of a dummy turbine. I don't actually want this for its fuel. I mean, I will use it for its fuel if I have to. But this is more about just getting the objective met. And what I want to be thinking about now in terms of use of minerals will be to put down some energy depots. So, without any other improvements, and that's... without any other improvements is a pretty heroic assumption. I don't actually think that's a good one. Let's just say we don't have any of the... let's just say we don't have any of the energy stored that we do. 52,000 divided by 6. Well, it should just be 52 divided by 6. So that's like 9. And then, you know, whatever we get for doubling up. Now, there's an argument here, actually, for me to upgrade this energy pylon. Because that'll give me some extra range for the batteries. That's kind of a reckless choice, but it's one I can live with. Right, this got shut off because of that. But yeah, so I want to upgrade the energy plant to its maximum just because power gives me options. I'm feeling pretty pessimistic about my ability to do these activated inert ruins. However, I'll make an effort by putting a command center down here, and I think a lot of this is going to depend on 1.9. So mine 4 nodes simultaneously, 120,000 energy, and own 11 fuel turbines. So we're going to be fighting pretty hard to get tier 4 and tier 5. So let's just think. We'll take stock. We'll say, okay, so in terms of what's in the bag, 3 there. We can get 6 here for sure. This one, let's say that we can only really count on 6 as well. So 3, 9, this would be 15. So we get up to 19 for sure. And then a lot of this will depend on inert ruins. 11 fuel turbines. So the funny thing about fuel turbines are you can actually just build them anywhere and it doesn't really matter. So if I have to, I will. But I won't feel good about it. I am going to build a command center, though. You're kidding me. Nope, my bad. So if I upgrade this thing... Yeah, that still doesn't quite get me where I need to go. Okay, that's fine. So we'll cancel that. I'm still going to build the command center, but I just need to build a pylon to support it. And probably the best answer to that is just to put an energy pylon down like that. Okay, plants upgrading. We'll turn on this fuel turbine. And now the question is how readily can I get these energy depots down? They're only 100 a pop, or well, to double them up, so they're actually not that hard to build. Whoa! Okay, so I'll start by building a battery pack here, just so I kind of know where the boundaries are. Again, I could always build another energy pylon, but let's focus on doing what I can first. I'm reluctant to upgrade the transport hub at this point because it seems to me like most of the trucks are not actually being used. I will buy the extras, but until I start seeing these things running at full capacity, I think we're just going to leave it be. Again, at some point I'd like to put down a park. If I take a look at livability, it's not terrible. It could be better though. Okay, so we have all the buildings now. This doesn't mean that I don't have any use for credits. Credits are something that I can give to the council to get my influence up, and I use them to repair. In addition, I can still buy the remaining hulls for the shipyards, although we are kind of cramped right now, so... eventually somebody will show up there. I'm going to be a little sneaky and get them to investigate the ruins while I upgrade. So I don't know if this is a bug or intended behavior, but basically, if you're upgrading or if you're dismantling or if the command center isn't powered, it doesn't actually confer ownership over the tiles, but I believe if you give someone an order to survey, even though you don't own the tile, it doesn't cancel the order. So, should I feel bad about doing it? Probably. And actually, it occurred to me I can make my life a little bit easier battery-wise if I build like this. This is going to get very expensive to upgrade them. As you can see, they're working the ruins over here. If I can, I'll get more people into the City Corp, but again, money we're okay with right now. I would like more employees, and I can build a conversion center if I need that. I think probably what I want to do, though, is pay for the extra tier. I should also mention that it's not just rebels that are after me. So we have a rival. They're currently at 9 of 15, so they're actually not that much further. They're not that far behind me, and in fact, they only need 4 more points to be able to win. So I think my idea of a gold victory is... well, okay, a gold victory without going in to, like, blow up... without like going in to destroy Rin's infrastructure. In fact, let's start scouting. My God, there's so many rebels. So one thing that's kind of fun about the rebels is that you can actually, if you destroy all of their bases, you they don't spawn back. If you're in scenario mode, there's like an endless mode where which is kind of the default way to play, where you do... go away. Oh. Alright, fine. You want to play rough? What do we got? Oh, this is going to be pretty straightforward, I think. Let's do the usual, take out the power. Seems to me like they don't have any batteries. As a precaution, we'll also take out the guns. So we already know that we're going to have to send this thing off for repairs anyway, so I might as well have a little fun. And this is, again, mostly driven by the fact that I'm a little worried that they may snatch out my my win from under me. Wondering what provoked them there. I don't think it's the batteries, but maybe... It seems kind of delayed for it to be the command center. Either way, I'm going to want to be careful for the next little while, and I think it would be a very good idea for me to consider... I gotta be careful here, actually. So I'm gonna cancel these. The problem is that if I build batteries in this entire area, I don't actually have a roadway anymore. That won't do. Okay, I pretty much have to deal with the rebel threat, but I'll let my let at least one of my ships do their thing. Let's see if we can get a repair in. I could just make a beeline for their headquarters and knock out the rival. I mean, arguably I could do the same for the rebels. Maybe we'll try that after...
Are you willing to lay down your life for your council? Let me test the limits of your resolve.
They are mocking you, of course, but know that the council is watching you, Founder.
So it's too late to repair. I'm probably gonna have to. Ah! I really do not want to lose that inert ruin. So I got a little distracted. I feel like this should be sufficient. No, it isn't because of the batteries. So instead we'll just double up on the weapons and call it a day. I'm going to wait till the last possible minute to withdraw the Sumptuous Jackal, but right now I want to take it to the rival corps. At the very least, just to kind of knock them back a bit on their surveillance specialist and such. Okay, that's going to be a big one, and it's going to suck.
Building complete.
How much energy is this thing? 14k. Okay, so I'm gonna need a minute to just see where we're at in terms of the goal. See if we can work with the factory for a bit. It really depends on where they decide to start shooting. If it's a Gatling gun, though, it could probably shred the energy pylon before. Okay. So we just lost this energy depot, definitely. So we can't connect because it's damaged. Yeah, no surprises there. So we'll just rebuild. It wasn't upgraded or anything, so there are worse fates, but obviously that was a pretty costly energy pylon that I took out from the rival corp. So they're now down to 7, presumably because... Oh, no. It's not clear why they're down to 7. So if I have 10 of these energy depots, I'm good. Easier said than done, of course. Okay, the amusing part of this story is that I apparently did not need to go all the way. Going after the roads. I could have actually redeployed this against the Range Ranger. Oh nice, we might be able to... Okay, now Gatling guns are a real pain. So the good news though is even though this is shielded, I can actually hit it with the weapons twice, and then I hit them in the other relays as well, and that should be sufficient to take out the Gatling guns. We are going to get hit on the initial volley, I think, unless we charge faster than Gatling guns, but I'm pretty sure it's the same charge for both. Okay, cool. So yeah, it's a problem, but it's silenced now. Okay, let's get another one of those energy depots down. I don't even remember where the enemy corp was, probably somewhere around here. Yeah, I think it's just behind the large ruin, actually. So if I get a chance, like if it turns out that their headquarters is poorly defended, I'll absolutely take my 2 big ships and wipe them out. But I obviously need to make sure that that's a wise choice. Did I miss this? Yeah, clearly some of these need to be stable. Okay, oh, no, hang on. These 2 connect. These 2... Okay, I think I get it.
And here I thought you were just a simpering council sycophant. Till we meet again, Founder.
So I am interested, because this rebel threat meter is at 0, I want to see what happens when I blow up the factory. I don't think that contributes to my overall... I don't think that contributes to my overall, like... I don't think that contributes to my overall, like, status, or net worth. Well, it did just go up to 14, so let's just check that one more time. Because it may turn out that I actually want to push ahead with a win and again not go for the gold. Yeah, so that increase isn't really explained by what's happening that end. I don't think it would be a bad idea for me to build another shipyard, though. I may not use it right away, but I think the situation is sort of fragile enough. Oh, Jesus, I don't have that many places to put it. Not unless I want to fight rebels for it. I mean, this was originally going to be for housing, but I don't think I really need it for that anymore.
Complete. Building complete.
Okay, this makes sense, actually. So that gets access for minerals. We'll upgrade this pylon so we can put a bunch of sort of batteries and stuff like that in the area as well. No inert ruins for us to work with, so that's a bit of a shame, but we'll worry about that later. Figure we might as well bring along the other guy. And if I want, I can claim bronze victory, but that's... Oh man, this is a piece of cake to take this guy out. Okay, so the rebel threat level is not trivial, and in fact, I think I'm going to change my tune as far as what I need to do. I think I'm going to build a hell of a lot of ships, and I think I'm actually very deliberately going to go aggressive against the rebels. But in the meantime, let's worry about making some better batteries.
Salvage complete. Building complete. Extraction complete.
Cutting it kind of close to the residential areas, but where else are they going to move, right? I'm a little worried about how effective they are at repairing that building, but we can always bring our other ship back. We're at 159 power, so I don't think I have too much to worry about. I don't have too much to worry about in terms of my, like, supporting the rest of the buildings. I do want to put down a park at some point, but maybe that's not the best use of my minerals, which are actually in fairly short supply, it looks like. This is one of the reasons I built the road. At some point I am going to want to put a mine down. Jesus. That's almost certainly the shipyard that caused that. I don't have the minerals for a Cathartes though. Yeah, we got another rebel attack. I don't mind bleeding out the enemy for a bit. But given the speed at which these attacks are happening, I probably should... Okay, first thing I'm going to do is unlock the tier. So let's take a moment and just see what's possible. So is there a path to 30 is the real question here, right? Because we are really struggling to get activated inert ruins. I can definitely cheese out some fuel turbines. But then again, no, that one's fine. Goal block, complete prerequisite goals below this tier. Right, we need to get one of these, I think. Okay, so we're at 91 for the energy capacity now, and it seems to me like I've got a couple of obvious upgrade candidates. So that raises it by about 7. We might actually already have it there, but let's make sure we've locked it in. So mine 5 nodes simultaneously. I mean, it's not that much harder than 4. The question is, where do I get them? Because right now I only have 2 in the immediate area. 52 upgraded buildings is a lot, but not impossible, and 224. Okay. So tier 5 is worth 5. So the question, I suppose, we've got 15 now. We actually have 16. So let's say the birds in the hand are 24. Okay, yeah. So 100% we need to do store 120,000 energy. So power prepper is a very straightforward one for us to claim, to at least get a silver. So from that we have 20, and the next question is it possible for me to get 30? And the answer to that is yes. We do power prepper to 2024, and then we have 52 upgraded buildings, and frankly, like, it can be any kind of upgraded building. I can build fuel silos and upgrade them. I could take the storage facilities, upgrade those. The only thing I can't upgrade is the factory. But yes, a gold victory is... It's hard, but it's achievable. And particularly if I'm going to be knocking my rival out of the game. It seems like a good path to go down.
Surrender now, and you'll save us the trouble of my eliminating you.
Oh, I didn't even turn off the defensive turret. Okay, so it looks like they've scrambled 3. I do have, again, I have the option, if I feel like the rebels are starting to really kind of bear down on me. Actually, you know what? It's not the smartest decision I've ever made, but I'm gonna do these upgrades right away. Ooh, that's a big one. We're almost repaired, though. There's too many ships. Okay, this is gonna be scary. But I want to see if I can keep some of my Navy home while we do this. Okay, same story with the... So these aren't actually all that fearsome. You just need to knock out the relays. Ugh. Why is this thing still shooting me? I think I'm just gonna have to accept the loss of this road. I chose not to bring my ship in, so those choices have consequences. Obviously, I misjudged that. Crap. Okay, so we need 2 to clear out the shield. Oh, hang on, we've dealt with this before. In fact, we only need these 2. We'll make it a sure thing. Okay, we've got 500, so I want to start building a not a replacement, but a 3rd Cathartes. I might even build a 3rd shipyard in a little while. This thing has got to get repaired as soon as possible. So everybody's ganging up on them, that's going to be a problem. I suppose the question is this headquarters worth it? Right now I'm willing to say yes, but... I think that might mean our life support just got hit. Yep. Okay, this guy is out of the fight for a little while. So good news, this thing's taken out. Jesus. Don't see how this thing survives. Like, even if I bring the Fenrir into the energy depot. Gotta get replacement employees too. Okay, so I want to be careful with the energy plant, but that thing can take a punch, so I'm going to hold back for a bit. Also gives us a chance to repair the Sumptuous Jackal. Highest priority right now, but let's get this thing at least started. running out of cash, so we're gonna ask for money from the council. Back in the game. Okay, we're gonna survive this, but either I need to go on the offensive with the rebels, or I need to lock in my win early, and I'm inclined to go for the early win. I'm sitting on a lot of isotopes worth of upgrades. Okay. All right, I gotta put down the pylons. Actually, I have an empty pod here, so I should send it back. Well, we're gonna repair anyway, but. Beautiful.
Wonderful work, Founder. It's good to see those rebels crushed.
You can hurt us, even destroy us, but you cannot kill our desire for freedom.
Indic Gnome, how you doing? Sorry, I was definitely, that's one of the tougher fights that I've been looking at. Music makes you think you're back into the 80s. Yeah, actually, what was really fun about that particular track was I was very used to the other, there was like other, there was like a different combat song in an earlier version of the game, and then they added that particular one, which I think is great. But like it kind of caught me by surprise when all of a sudden like Admiral Yamaha is showing up to, you know, to to take apart my corp rather than the you know, the song I was accustomed to. So yeah, it took me by surprise, and but delight as well. So but it's good to see you. Let's go. Jesus. So it's obvious that I need to obviously I need to put some effort in extra ships, but unless I smarten up, the extra ships may not be enough. At the very least, we don't need to worry about the rival anymore. Okay, first priority, I gotta see where we're at with the batteries. So we're getting close, we're at 123. Actually, hang on. If we're at 123, no, it's 224, so I actually need a lot more. So that gets me another 70, but in exchange for 90, which doesn't seem to be the best trade-off, to be honest. So I think I do what I said I was going to do earlier. We upgrade the... So much for the rival.
Device complete.
So, our path to victory... Oh, I should not have done that while I was constructing a ship. Okay, that's fine. Path to victory, number 1, batteries. Number 2, what was the other big goal we were going for? Okay, so we're at 20 now. Upgraded buildings. So I need actually exactly 26 more upgraded buildings. So, let's not worry about livability anymore. Let's just worry about what it's going to take to win. It's pretty much all hands on deck. Nope. So short on minerals. Hey, get in there. I may still build a park there, but now we'll let this thing finish production. Actually, I don't think there's anything else that I need. Did I forget to do a second life support? I'm an idiot. Oh, hang on. This one was supposed to get another employee. Yeah, so honestly, part of this, I think, is just a question of how quickly can I build batteries. So that'll get me the 25. I suppose the next question is there something here that can be upgraded that is not yet upgraded? Factories don't count because they've already... there's a special rule for this map, or well, my starting bonus. Okay. I'm gonna have to live with that for now. You buy your repaired, so you can launch, put you in place. Probably shouldn't be doing this, but I am gonna upgrade the pylon one more time because it'll help me get my depots down. Okay. There's actually a very easy... Okay, so this one is definitely ripe for an upgrade. And in fact, once I've built the energy... So I want to figure out how many energy depots I need after all of these upgrades. But then I should just build more fuel turbines. I should build the 11 fuel turbines because they can be upgraded. Although I don't think it'll matter that much because in the end... Yeah, actually, honestly, if I want... I shouldn't worry about getting the 4 points. I should be worrying about getting the 5. I get the 5 by highly graded. And in that case, I don't build fuel turbines. I build the cheapest thing that I can build, which I think is a storage facility. Well, storage facility or a battery. Yeah, I've got my game plan. Oh, go to hell. I think it's kind of crappy that we start at the same charge level after they've been able to attack my buildings. I get that it's like quote-unquote fair, but again, and this is actually a tricky layout because of the batteries. So 1, 2. So the catch is I can't take out all the batteries in time. So what I'll do is I will make up in volume. Your week has been filled with meetings, forced you to sleep at night. Yeah, I've been sort of suffering through the reverse of that. I mean, I suppose, obviously, working for yourself does not mean that you just do literally anything that you want, but presumably, you probably have a little more flexibility in terms of when you can get things done, with the exception of the meetings. So I don't know.
Wouldn't this all be so much easier if you just laid down your guns and let us take you? No?
I don't know if...
Very well, let's fight.
Alright, I want to finish the thought. So we have what we need. I want to try and take them out as fast as possible. Anyway, sorry, what I meant to say, you know, I tend to work a little bit better late at night, but because I work at a conventional office, the conventional office decides when I am productive. Yeah, I don't know if your preference is to have real bedtimes or not if you don't have meetings. Sorry, I realize I kind of repeated myself 4 times, but I was sort of expecting not to have to deal with this much of this at this point. Okay. I think I've dealt with this one before, so we take this, and this should be sufficient. Okay, good. Their gas defense are down. I think I'm going to opt for another Cathartes just in case, because I have a feeling this problem is only going to keep... This problem's only going to keep coming up. So, take out the Rainbreaker. I'm going to move... I think we'll move on the Dog of Hope, because it's weird to me that this thing is still able to fire. Like, something's giving this power... Oh, it's, they're repairing just... Like, the gaps in terms of which they're able to repair are just enough to knock me off my balance. So, we'll add a bit of help with the Dog of Hope. Basically just going to attack the same things, making sure that the stuff stays knocked down. Okay, while we're doing that, what do we need power-wise? We're at 181. The goal is 224. Actually just need 2 more of these batteries. Actually, I don't even need to do that. Okay. Why are you so slow? I think this is one that's due for a repair, so get them to work. Oh, they're all slow. Okay. Holy hell. Okay. So we're going to get them to take out the... This is all about taking out the power on this one. Even though it's going to have a little one to... Actually, you know what the funny thing is? I was totally wrong about this. There's no batteries. So if I'm knock them out here... There's nothing they can do about that. I should have paid attention to that earlier. Wrong ship. This is the Sumptuous Jackal. Savvy Fenrir will take care of the rest. Mostly work with clients. Ah, gotcha.
Council money may buy you weapons, but it doesn't buy you morals.
I had, actually today was kind of a more heavy meeting day. Tomorrow probably will be as well, but one of the real... One of the stresses, hang on, I'm building a ship. That doesn't count. One of the bigger stresses out of it, I think, is So obviously I've got my hang-ups with work and all of that. There's no point in relitigating it, but I've been working on this project, and so there's the one question of, you know, one of the people attached to the project is in the role that I have been trying to get for a very long time. And the diplomatic way of putting it would be to say that I do not believe that the effort that is put in is commensurate with what I have been told is expected of the role, let us say. But the one thing that's driving me nuts is that if I don't personally work on the thing, it kind of seems to be now that the work that gets done is really not good. Like it feels like there's some very obvious things that should be done but don't get done. I really don't know if the park was the right idea, but I'm doing it anyway because I like parks. The problem is that like this project is definitely getting quite a bit of pressure to sort of get done. But I think one of the drawbacks is that one of the reasons for that pressure is it feels like there's been 2 years of quote-unquote research that's been done on it. And yet, every time I ask very basic questions, it used to be that the answer was like, oh, I don't know. And then the trend has now become not to say I don't know. Instead, it's to claim something, and then I go and check, and that thing is not true. Which in my opinion, is even worse. But I don't know. I'm not the one who's got the more senior position. So the drawback about that is, right, you want to get along with coworkers, you want to be, a nice guy, but it's also really important to make sure that the work is getting done right. And it's very hard to walk that line of like trying to assume the best of coworkers who've pretty consistently given you reason to believe they are giving anything but their best. So those are the types of meetings I've been in. Okay, so we want to go back to the task at hand. We should be on our way to getting the power. Let's say that we can take that for granted. What we now want to do is get the remaining 19 buildings. And we can honestly build any building. So this will count as one. I could be really extravagant and put down a hospital, but the hospital actually winds up being very expensive. But I do think it's fair to say that we are eventually going to need fuel. So I'm going to build a bunch of fuel silos. So we need 14 more. And I also need to actually finish building this thing. Oh boy, I don't really have any artifacts to run around with, so just scrap this one because it's something for us to do. I really do like the way the parks look in this. I love the idea of the kind of the holographic trees in the middle of Titan. So I don't think this thing actually wound up upgraded. Oh, no, it was. I just was looking at it the wrong angle. Okay, I think we're going to have to deal with rebels again, so we might as well prepare. Oh. We should be fine. It's really just a question of building enough that we can sort of let I don't know, nature take its course. As long as I can get to the point where I'm spending isotopes, we've got this in the bag, but we're not quite there yet. Let's go. These are more than nice to haves, to be honest.
Device complete.
Kind of forgot a really important tier 3 one. We're gonna need fuel.
Device complete.
And actually that should be enough.
Device complete. Device complete.
So one drawback is because I don't have any red artifacts now. Holy smokes! I don't know why I didn't explore those before.
Device complete. Device complete.
So I need the artifacts to make more workers.
Device complete. Device complete.
Okay, in the meantime, let's keep getting that fuel down. So that was 5 of 19 or so.
Device complete.
Okay, we're at 6.
Device complete. Device complete. Device complete.
I'm surprised it's taking so long to do this. I'm not entirely sure.
Device complete.
They're obvious. Oh, I get it. Nope, they're making the devices. That's why. I only have 9 available, so
Device complete. Device complete.
I gotta think about that. Really isn't anything I can pull them away from. Well, okay, the isotope. The isotope stuff. I probably could.
Device complete. Device complete.
Oh. We're just refueling. Yeah, I was actually really hoping this was going to be the time that I went for the Gatling gun, which is a really, really powerful, very frightening weapon, but it never quite turned out. I don't think this is going to work. Oh, nice. I'm assuming that's the new Steam. I'm assuming that's the new Steam one that you're playing.
Device complete.
I was actually really happy to see how well it went because, like, the funny, like, to a certain number of people, right, it's going to be quote-unquote obvious that it was going to do well, but I don't think there's anything obvious about that success. You know, if you think of, what is it, Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, or, God, what are some of the other examples? Ultima Ratio Regum, like there's a few really well-known, or I mean Infiniminer, right, the one that inspired Minecraft. These are all examples of things that were either given away or otherwise sort of obtained without cost for people. And, you know, even though they were very well loved, it didn't necessarily translate into financial success. And one of the stories you can say, like, you know, since Dwarf Fortress has come out, it's inspired a lot of games that are, well, as I said, inspired by them. And so, you know, the existence of things like RimWorld can mean that where, you know, maybe it would have once upon a time be financially viable, there is the concern that, you know, maybe that, you know, the demand has been satisfied, and then obviously the game's already kind of given away for free, so you're somewhat competing with yourself. Now, obviously that didn't happen, but I suppose for me, at least when dealing with the hypothetical, right? Like, you know, if you have like if you're just following what everybody else says, you know, you don't really need to do any kind of analysis. You don't really need to think about things. And I'm not entirely sure it's always helpful to sort of sit down and say, you know, all the bad scenarios are literally impossible. Like, I just don't see how you can plan in a framework like that. Did I think it was likely that it was not going to be financially successful? No. I mean, I think it's reasonable to hope and expect something like that sees its success. But I don't know. I think some of the stronger claims in terms of what the success would have been, or you know, or the, I don't know, the non-existence of a failure, or however we would define that. I can see an Earth 2 where it didn't do as well, and you know, all the commentary is about what, you know, Kit Fox did wrong, or you know, the hubris of pricing it at, you know, X dollars or whatever, which would be a real shame. Okay, I'm babbling on. So let me see. We've got this upgrade coming in. We've got these two. So we haven't built anything since the 19. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, so just 8 more and we win. Two more.
Building complete.
Assuming that the batteries cover what they do. I could be wrong on the batteries. I think we'll be fine. I think we might as well just do the call to arms now and wait for the bad guys to show up.
I was brought up to believe in hard work, and I will continue to work hard on destroying you.
Not much of a chance to charge everything, but okay, but this is a relatively gentle... Actually, no, I'm gonna need backup. Okay, so I'm basically just going to go in the reverse order here. Actually, you know what? Knocking out some of the other power would not be a bad idea either. There we go. Variety. And because this one is the target of the attack, I'm actually going to turn on the medical pod. I think this one required a second ship last time, so... if we can take him out early, you know, so much the better. That just means that I get to double up my ships on the rebels next time. Okay. So obviously we're leaving one, so there's the one ship that's on its way, and then it's possible that something will be coming out of this area anytime. I'm going to worry about upgrading the fuel silos as I can. So this one's kind of running by without any challenge. My hope is that the defense turret picks them up, but if not, I'll repurpose the Sumptuous Jackal. Okay, we can't afford to lose power, so if they don't start focusing on the defensive turret, we're gonna turn around and take him out. I don't think we're doing enough damage to just leave that thing alone. Okay, so as usual we go, hang on, no batteries, so if we take these two out, seal the deal with this, that should actually get us through the fight. Good news. The other bit of good news is that once the spent a lot of that. Ooh, I did not manage that well.
This isn't over, I can assure you. I'll be back for more later.
So yeah, the big worry
I don't doubt they will be. Let's be ready for them, Founder.
The big worry is just that the threat level keeps rising as we get the objectives finished. So at this point, my expectation, I'm actually gonna make sure that, okay, so this is kind of one of these if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority kind of situations, but it's just to make sure that like the demolishing and all of that doesn't wind up taking up all the effort. Okay, so we're gonna turn off the medical pod so that they can charge the batteries. That one's already had its medical pod off. We don't have any money, so the repair jobs are a cute little wish. Should start the workday in a couple of hours, though. Looking good on the energy. Bree, the most important thing when doing risk analysis as an established company is if you can handle the worst case scenario, are you financially capable to take the hit without starting to fire half your staff? Yeah. Actually, it's funny you mentioned that because I'm sure you heard the news about Microsoft. And I don't think people are wrong to be mad about layoffs. I just think the gotcha that they're trying to give is not that much of a gotcha. But, yeah, I don't know, like, I'm assuming some of this has to do with the fact that basically people don't like thinking about negative events. It's unpleasant to think about what's the worst that could happen. It's presumably why you need to have a special flair for selling insurance, because, you know, should you get insurance? You know, not everyone, but I think a very large number of people, like particularly if they have dependents. You know, you don't even have to be the sole breadwinner. Like, would it severely and negatively impact? Well, obviously it would negatively. If it positively impacts your loved ones, that means you're a jerk. But yeah, like, would it make things uncomfortable? You know, would your kids go to a different school if you have kids? You know, that's the sort of stuff that you insure for. And no, nobody wants to think about a situation in which they, you know, they have to deal with it. But, like, there's a reason why things like insurance exist. And so, you know, likewise, you know, I'm assuming, like, you know, okay, so we keep, you know, 10 years of, you know, average earnings, you know, in a savings account just in case the worst case scenario happens. That's probably too risk averse because, you know, at that point, not just specifically this inflation, but generally the acknowledgement is that inflation's going to eat away the value of that. So there is such a thing as too cautious, but like the idea of just simply, you know, saying, oh, this thing is really popular, so, you know, therefore it's guaranteed success. You know, that is, in my view, that is as much of a statement about the kind of social media that you're reading as much as it is the kind of the dynamics of a given market. The real value, at least for you, is your staff would be bad if you had to kick them out as a result of bad financial decisions. Yeah, absolutely. I think I remember, I can't remember if you started watching because of the Cultist Simulator stuff, but like obviously Alexis Kennedy and Fail Better Games are not really on positive terms anymore. And I mean, I don't know the details of it, but my understanding, or at least kind of reading between the lines, is that one of the causes of the break was the fact that you know, there's quite a bit of money left in the company to make sure it would be able to you know, kind of keep going, that it wouldn't be put at risk you know, if there was some kind of a negative event, which, as it turns out, right, the lower than expected sales for Sunless Skies was exactly that kind of event. And despite the fact that it was, I mean, his description of it is, you know, they kind of pulled an Activision, despite the fact that they had their best quarter ever, which I realize, like, when you say best quarter ever, that doesn't always really mean a whole lot, because generally your hope is that things keep getting better, right? If you reinvest in the business, if you keep getting better at what you do, you would normally expect things to go up. But essentially, they had their best quarter, and then they did the first, maybe not the first round of layoffs, but certainly a surprising set of layoffs, which didn't really feel all that necessary. And, you know, in the end, at least my understanding of, you know, him. Now, I mean, again, he was out of the company, so he's not in a position to tell them what to do. But, you know, I think part of the goal of being sort of the scrappy indie, of being a company like that, was to be a place that wouldn't just say, you know, in the name of financial expediency, or to sort of make sure that the margin is at a certain level, that you would, you'd chuck a certain number of people. Now again, I don't know the details, right? One thing about that story and everything that followed afterwards is that everybody sort of seems to have an account of what happened and who the good guys and the bad guys are. But yeah, and as you say, like, Microsoft's not run that way. It's run by investors, and if they can earn money for 5 years, they're good. They can sell the stock before it goes bad, is their thoughts, for sure. And I mean, like, I'm not even gonna say, like, I can see why you would, I can see why an otherwise normal person would maybe want what seems like a more cold-blooded approach to business, that they would be more comfortable with layoffs than maybe like you and I would be. I don't necessarily feel good about that. I would hope that isn't actually what happens to people, but like I can sort of rationalize. Like, I think the big problem is that it's very difficult to, in my head at least, sort of reconcile this idea of running a business and sort of the biggest priority being, or like, sorry, I guess I would say it's not hard for me to understand. It's actually something I'd kind of like to imagine I would run for myself. But I understand it is not a necessary condition for running a business that you think of it as something which is, employee first. I think it's probably a really good idea that you treat it that way, because if you don't, it would seem to me like what follows pretty much immediately after is you fail to retain talent, and people who do treat their people well are the ones who get the benefits of their labor. But like, right now there isn't a rule that says you have to behave in this very nice way. In the case of Microsoft, like the thing that I'm annoyed by in terms of the gotchas is people saying is like, oh, if they didn't get Activision, they could afford to pay all these people they're laying off. And I'm like, if you look at the average wage at Microsoft and their last quarter's earnings, you could afford to keep everyone. If you look at the cash on the balance sheet, you can afford to keep everyone. Obviously, there's a limit in terms of the amount of cash on the balance sheet that's, a stock, but, it's not, the Activision Blizzard acquisition is not what's causing that to happen. There are other factors, as you say, the investors, the people. There we go. The people who expect a certain return and get a say in terms of who runs it. That sort of stuff goes through. And again, like, it's a decision that you can condemn, but I think like trying to bring the Activision Blizzard thing into it is just silly. Like it sort of feels like it's an effort to try and win the I'm on the side of the workers points. For really no. I mean, the other thing too is it's a high-profile acquisition. You could say that for every other acquisition for Microsoft, but nobody knows the other acquisitions. So it's just one of those things that kind of communicates people haven't been reading as carefully. Anyways, it just kind of bugged me. It's not even that I think the outrage is necessarily misplaced. I just think that in the effort to try and come up with the clever tweet, people have said something which kind of indicates they don't maybe quite know what they're talking about. But anyways, the strategy paid off. So again, we ignored the rebels just because we knew destroying one camp would cause them to sort of get enraged and come after us. And the end result, like the final run, we were able to get the energy that we needed. And thanks to our investment in fuel, we were able to claim our gold. So
we will note this on your performance review, Founder. A promotion could be in order.
So, to details, 4,317,104,128 Citicorp. Pretty much played that in real time. And I normally like running over all of this stuff, but it is quite late, and I do have a meeting first thing in the morning. So we're going to go to continue campaign. I'm not going to spend the points. I'm actually going to save that for next week. But over the past several thousand years, Titan slowly lost some of its toxic atmosphere to interactions with Saturn's magnetic field. When humans recolonized it, however, they began to rapidly rebuild that smog layer. So this is the first of our 2 corporate sectors. But what was great about this particular run, so we knew that we would be good even if we got the bronze, but clearly the gold is giving us so much council favor. So what happens, and what we'll be doing at the start of next stream, we get to spend 20 favor to purchase the land. The sector currently belongs to the council, and you may acquire it for favor. Favor spent buying land will not be refunded if you reset your favor points. From that, we can now... once we do that, that will unlock the other corporate sector. So this is going to be my biggest test. Like this is going to be one of these make or breaks for the run, because it's Kota Tendo, so not necessarily like it's not like a tough rival. It is, however, Titan difficulty. So this, like, if I thought the rebels were getting a bit overwhelming there at the start, like this is going to be incredibly painful. However, the key to this one is that there are 2 rebel camps. So the name of the game for this one is going to be to get the Cathartes built as soon as humanly possible, to just drive them into the rebel camps and demolish the HQ. I'd even be willing to lose substantial parts of my HQ if it means that I can take out the 2 rebel bases. Because once I do that, the necessary condition for me taking out the rebel bases is that I have a fleet that can take out rebel bases. If I do that, then it shouldn't be a problem to take out the corporate rival. And at that point, I can basically complete the sector, at whatever pace I want. Although in reality, I'll probably go for the gold win because, I mean, it's been gold all the way around. Now, on top of that, even after buying the purchasable land, we can actually put a bunch of, we can put a bunch of points into other things. I might go for, like, preposterously large HQ range. Maybe we'll even further reduce the, claiming ruins or whatever. What I really need to think about is, like, what is the... It looks like a bank account. Well, you don't know how much a credit is worth. Like, credits could be like yen. So, but yeah, so the... So the reason why I want to spend some time thinking about this at the start of the next round, like this is potentially a game winner for me. But it's going to be me going up against one of the hardest tiles that I could pick. This one is, yeah. So this one would not be bad, but I have to like cross a territory to do it, and we don't know what's inside these. So, again. 2 rebel camps on Titan aggression, though, so we have to rush a... well, it's actually a little more complicated than that. So we need to rush the shipyard, but we need to rush the shipyard in such a way that we still make sure that we're generating a positive amount of credits, because if we don't, then we're not going to be able to afford the Cathartes hull. But again, this is the sort of stuff... I think we can handle most of this. Another thing that I can actually do is invest with additional victory points. And in that case, that just paves a pretty easy path to victory for me. But all of that is for next week's stream. And better still, it's worth remembering that... Industries of Titan releases to version 1.0. It's coming out of early access January 31st. So that means that next week will be our last session in early access. We'll finish off the campaign. It'll be the first time I win a campaign actually in the campaign mode, which probably means another later stream, to be honest, but that's a separate conversation. But I'm really happy I got a chance to go through this. Let's actually take a second and see those who are up against. Rin Kirky, Landfaller, co-head of Kirky Technology Solutions, origin on Titan. At perpetual war with his sister for sole ownership of Kirky Technology Solutions, Rin will stop at nothing to ensure that the Kirky family legacy is his and only his to control. He has an aggressive approach to leadership that has served him well over the years. After all, few people are willing to criticize someone's lack of business acumen when he owns that many gunships. Oddly enough, we did not actually need to fight that many ships against him, so that's that. Let's see if there's anybody online to host. I'm guessing not because I'm really late, but... yeah, no Industries of Titan. Phantom Brigade? To the Necrodancer. Just a rerun. Okay, well, we will host W. Shand. He may not be streaming for that much longer. Or, sorry, Will Shand. But Will Shand likes doing a lot of kind of low-budget sort of horror indies. He's fun to watch. His style's changed a bit. I actually watch him a bit less than I used to, but he's definitely somebody I liked hanging out with in Vancouver, and he feels like a pretty safe host. So thank you everybody again for watching. We will be back Monday. I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to play yet on Monday, but on Friday. Monday I will be back probably with Old World, and then of course a week from now, Wednesday, we will complete campaign mode, and I will be very, very excited. Good luck with your meetings, Index Gnome. If it makes you feel any better, I'm going to be super tired for my meetings tomorrow, but I'm still more prepared than most of the people that will be showing up, so make of that as you will. And I will leave you in the capable hands of Will Shand, who has a much better attitude than I do. Have a good one, everybody. Talk to you later.